Okay.
Pedro,
Ciao Enrico.
come stai? How are you?
I'm fine, I'm fine. I'm trying to connect some technical things here.
Can you
And
see me?
I can see you, I can see you. But you are not still in the big screen. Let me just
No worries.
try to fix that as soon as possible, and we move forward, okay?
Yes, sure. And the Siri should also be in the
Right.
platform, I think.
It's here. Yeah.
Yes.
It's here. Perfect. People last night went to a night event, so they are still arriving with this hangover style. So
Crazy.
so let's hope that the room gets a bit composed. You have Jacob and Tom here at this point.
No worries.
No worries. Wish it was me.
Siri,
Hey.
I will just try to get some guy that to help me with it. Let me just here. I have good news. You are in the big screen, so not everything is missing. Can you speak so I can see if
Yeah.
this? Okay.
I
So
can
Uh,
see. you
That's
want.
great, but Pedro, could you enable me to screen share?
Yes, I will. I will. Multiple participants. Okay. Please try now. I think you will be able.
Yes.
And this should go. Okay, but if you would get, I think. Or this could be all about it, but it's.
Is it okay?
Yes. It's perfect.
How many minutes do we have, Pedro, more or less?
You are like on the 20 minutes, 20, 30 minutes in the most, like, we are getting a bit late. It's, if you keep
No.
it's the best.
Yes, no worries. Maybe we leave 10 minutes for the Q&A session.
Great, that's it.
20 minutes talking and then 10 minutes questions. So,
Great.
Okay. Just wait, Isabel, and one or two more persons, and we are done.
no worries. Is Susan in the room?
Susan, which of the Susans?
Anzen.
No, she went today. She went in the evening to travel. She went to Australia.
Oh,
Ah, okay.
I think something with the family, and she went there.
Okay, I see.
So it's this is
But she was in Lisbon yesterday.
yes, until the night she was in the party. And she was saying like, oh, I need to leave because I have the plane from 45 minutes from now.
Yeah.
Yes,
Not
but
a very flight.
the child of Susan, she will be around. She's around. So,
Yeah, I remember. She was there also 5 years ago.
hope you're fine. You can see we are in a different venue. It's not the faculty. It's
Yes.
another venue today.
Oh.
I placed myself in this challenge of having different venues. So we are going to more people are coming, so we are going to start. Ainda estão pessoas fora, mas do lado do portão. E tocar. Eu vou tocar. É, já entraram mesmo. Ah, ok. Pode chamar, dizer que vai começar ou assim. Depois vão ver. Okay. We are just trying to put people inside the venue because they are exploring the space and so on. And when they arrive,
No problem.
oh yeah, there's a herd.
We hope to have a herd. But I think we're more or less.
But is there anyone more in the building now?
No.
No?
But
Okay,
they
so
just the banner with a sign saying that they need to go to the other street.
perfect. That's perfect. So, do you mind that I record your
No
presentation?
problem. No problem.
no problem.
No problem. Okay, so now it's already recording, so it was automatic. So for us not to get too delayed on the proceedings, you can move forward. Thank you so much for your contribution, Enrico and Siri. Please move forward with your street art graffiti and NFTs, copyright issues on the street of Web3 authors. Let me just say, regarding specifically the copyright aspects, Ronald yesterday gave an interesting talk about 5 points. Was nice. Ronald Kramer.
Okay.
it's recorded, then you can
Okay.
also see it. But please move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Pedro, for the invitation. We are sorry we can't be in Lisbon, but I can see the people. Hello, everybody. Hello. And yes, this is a paper. In the meantime, maybe Siri, you can upload. No, it's uploaded. Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah. This is a paper we are currently working on, Siri and I. What we are interested in is to gather opinions from both writers and street artists about the tokenization of their works, about, you know, getting an additional stream of revenues by relying on these NFTs, right? So we are conducting a few of interviews. We have already contacted some of them. We will continue, and this is the main idea. So in this paper, we are presenting the early findings of this activity. So in the first part now, I will first of all just give a very preliminary analysis of what an NFT is, how NFTs are applied to art, visual art in general. So we are interested in this because nowadays, what we have been witnessing in the latest 3 years, I would say, is this NFTs craziness. Collectors are purchasing from platforms NFTs related to visual artworks, right? There have been several cases even of auction houses selling these NFTs for a significant amount of money, millions in some cases, millions of dollars, and so on and so forth. So what is going on here? What the hell is an NFT? First of all, why are people spending so much money for collecting digital copies of visual artworks in this case? When, by the way, you could get the same digital copy elsewhere by conducting a simple Google search, right? Well, the answer in this, the answer to this question is probably must be given by looking at what NFTs, what the tokenization of visual artworks entail. The NFT is basically is related to the blockchain, right? The blockchain is that the ledger, the technology which is used also for recording contracts. So when you buy the NFT and you collect this NFT, the fact that you have bought the NFT is registered on this blockchain. Everybody can see that you are the owner of that NFT. And then if the NFT is further sold in the market twice, 3 times, 4 times in the secondary market, each new purchaser and owner of that NFT is visible. So you can see the name, when the transaction has been completed. So what this blockchain gives is transparency, to the whole process. You know who is the current owner of that specific NFTs. So basically, a visual artist or people authorized by visual artists can tokenize, can create, for example, just 1,000 NFTs related to that specific visual artwork, which end up being 1,000 digital copies, right, of the NFTs, of the artwork itself. But these are copies which are particular kind of copies. They are copies which are basically digitally authenticated by the author or with the author consent or so on and so forth. So what you are buying is an authentic digital copy, which is different from the digital copy that you could anyway obtain by conducting a Google search. And that's what basically NFTs create. They create scarcity, digital scarcity, artificial scarcity, because it is the decision of the artist, of the organization which tokenizes the artwork. So the decision is taken to create 1,000, for example, 1,000 NFTs, and then those NFTs are sold in the market, right? And as you can see, this is a way, this could be a way for artists, visual artists, to rely on an additional stream of revenues, right? By creating NFTs and by selling NFTs. Having said that, what are the copyright implications of this crazy market, right? Well, one may say that if the decision of tokenizing a visual artwork and therefore creating NFTs based on that artwork, if that decision is taken without the authorization of the copyright owner, of the visual artist in this case, in our specific paper of the street artist or the writer, well, this would amount to copyright infringement, right? But is this really a strong argument? We need to look at what copyright as a legal regime offers artists, which kind of rights are given to artists by copyright. The three important, probably most important rights given to artists in this case are the right to prevent reproduction of the visual artwork, the right to prevent the communication to the public, and the right to adaptation, the right to prevent adaptation. What about the first, for example? The right to prevent reproduction. Can we say that by tokenizing the artwork without authorization of the artist, the artist, I mean, the person who does the NFTs, who creates the NFTs, is violating the reproduction right? Well, we might have some doubts here. Why? Because we need to understand how the NFT is technically created, okay? There are two ways of creating, of minting an NFT. This is the verb which is usually used, minting an NFT, creating an NFT. There are two ways. First, by creating a so-called hash, which is very fashionable nowadays, and creating a hash. The second way is to creating a link, URL. A link, when you click on it, it directs you, it brings you to the digital copy of the artwork. Well, in this case, for example, when creating a link, the minter of the NFT is not technically reproducing the artwork, is creating the link, which then directs the user, the NFT purchaser, or whoever clicks on that link to the artwork. So, strictly speaking, there is no technical reproduction of the artwork. But there is another right which is given by copyright laws, which is the right to prevent others the communication to the public of the work, or the making available the work to the public. Well, in this case, one may say, look, by creating that link which directs you to the digital file, you are, of course, communicating to the public something, the artwork. You are making available the work to others, for others to access it and possibly download it. So in this case, one may say, yes, the communication to the public right is violated by a person who creates an NFTs without the authorization of the copyright owner. And when it comes to case law, we have witnessed in the latest months, I would say latest year, 1 year and a half, to some decisions. For example, there is a Court of Barcelona decision in the Mango case. It was a fashion company, a Spanish fashion company, creating NFTs based on a visual artwork without authorization of the artist. Okay, well, it was an interim decision, so it was provisional measure granted by the Court of Barcelona, but the Court of Barcelona seemed to go in that direction, seems to suggest that creating an NFT without authorization of the artist might be a copyright infringement, okay, especially the right of communication to the public and so on. Then there is another decision in England of last year, 1.5 years ago. It was a decision not regarding intellectual property per se, but about property. In that case, the High Court of London said that basically stealing NFTs from a digital wallet, that's what happened in that case, where stealing such NFTs from the wallet amounts to appropriating property. So NFTs have been compared to something which can be owned in the very same way you own a car, you own a house, and you own other tangible goods, okay? And then there was a case in China in the Big Verse decision last year where the platform, the intermediary, the platform which sold the NFT was considered liable. So here we have a liability of an internet of a platform which, you know, are entrusted in selling NFTs. So as we can see, we are witnessing the development of a case law which seems to suggest that creating NFTs without the authorization of the artist amounts to copyright infringement. I will conclude my part by saying that, of course, there are NFTs enthusiasts, as I said, the NFT enthusiasts, they say that this is a new way of collecting art, visual art. People are spending so much money, and it is a kind of collection of art which is new and which is more secure and safer than the traditional way of collecting visual artworks. For example, when collecting NFTs, you don't need to get an insurance that you normally need when you collect traditional canvases. No, those collectors who spend lots of money in buying canvases, they need to spend money. They need in insurance, and also they say NFT enthusiasts, well, this is secure, and you are secure, you are sure that you are buying an authentic piece because it is authenticated on the blockchain. While in the traditional fine art world, you may run the risk of collecting and buying a fake. And there have been recent cases, a Modigliani case in Italy and many others, where fakes have been identified. So now this is my part, and now Siri will take us through a journey about NFTs in the specific street art and graffiti subculture. Over to you, Siri.
Thank you. So what Enrico is saying, you know, this is a new phenomenon and it meets art in different ways. And in the paper that we are working on now, we explore this intersection between NFTs and copyright from the perspective of street art and graffiti. And why do we do that? Well, the main reason is, as you know, street artists and graffiti writers are often in opposition to the established society and hereunder to the law and even legal structures. And in the case of Banksy, this has been quite well expressed. And this attitude and view of legal rights, it gives us the chance as lawyers, as academics within the legal field, to really challenge ourselves and our notions of how copyright is working, and to step behind the rules and look at what they are meant to protect in a slightly different light than if the artists themselves were you know, just accepting of the fact that they exist and they protect you. And why is it important to discuss this intersection? Well, mainly because there are numerous ways to exploit the creative works of others. This question, you know, is minting an NFT of someone else's artwork is something that's under development right now today, as Enrico highlighted already, going through the case law. And for street art and graffiti, this form of art has a commercial appeal in this NFT context. And the works are also often found in the street, which makes them easily accessible to exploit. As we see here, someone else than the artist has minted or created an NFT based on Banksy's work titled Morons, or more prosaic, I can't believe you morons actually buy this shit. And they've done it without permission. And they're making a lot of money off selling the NFTs. So what we want to investigate in this paper is how this segment of the art world views the use of works as basis for creating NFTs, including how they feel copyright is safeguarded. And we've formulated two main questions that run through all the interviews we're doing. And the first is, what experiences do street artists, graffiti writers, and curators of street art and graffiti have on the use of urban art as the underlying work in an NFT? And secondly, how do street artists, graffiti writers, and curators view copyright protection when underlying works are used to mint an NFT? So those are the two main questions. And the method we use in exploring these questions is parted in two. First, we do semi-structured interviews with street artists, graffiti writers, and curators of street art. We're thinking approximately 5 interviews, and the process of finding interviews is still in place. So if anyone out there today wants to contribute to the research or knows anyone who would be willing, please take a screenshot of this slide and send us an email. We're happy to talk to as many as possible to get the best foundation for our legal discussion, which is the second part of the method we're using. We want to ground the legal analysis we're doing in this chapter with the real experiences of street artists and graffiti writers, so that it's not disconnected from the real problems or the real issues that people are facing. Some of the preliminary findings that we have this far is that several of the artists have experienced being contacted by more or less, and maybe highlighting less, serious commercial players who wants to collaborate on projects. Everyone who's been interviewed so far has described the conflict between spending their time creating art and having to spend time getting familiar with or making use of the technology, which also makes them a bit vulnerable to other players coming in with the technological knowledge and know-how in exploiting the artworks. Through the interviews, we also see that there seems to be a little difference between the work and the NFT in the way of thinking. And this is interesting from the legal or economic perspective, because we often tend to compartmentalize. And we see this in many of the articles that are written, that you compartmentalize what the NFT is, what the artwork is, and how this all is connected. But from the artist's point of view, we see that often the NFT seems to be part of the work in a greater degree than we might think. And so far, nobody thinks that it's okay if others mint NFTs on the art that they've made without permission. And this also ties in with the developments going on the legal sphere in the courts that Enrico already highlighted in Barcelona, that you see this development from what is an NFT, it has nothing to do with copyright, and suddenly, yes, maybe it actually has something to do with copyright. So our findings are also in light of that interesting. Other uses that we also are exploring a bit of NFTs in this sphere is, first of all, preservation purposes. Can NFTs be used as a means of preservation or archival of street-bound pieces? And secondly, is it maybe a tool for artists improving authorship over the street-bound works? This is something that's coming up slightly in the interviews, but it's on the fringe of what we are discussing. I just wanted to also put that in here because it's part of the discussion. So in the legal discussion, first of all, this question, if it's an infringement of copyright to mint and NFTs, we have seen that there's been developments just over the last year in the legal sphere. And the second part of our legal discussion is also quite interesting, and it's more related to the perspective that we are investigating. You know, is there any reason to treat street art and graffiti differently from other types of art in this context? And our position is no, there should be no difference, whether the pieces are street bound or not. There are no differences in the protection, at least in civil law countries. And the second part of this question is, what if the work has been put up illegally? Well, that's a different question. I don't know if Enrico, if you want to pop in again and share your ideas on this last part.
Yes, I mean, in the past, in past papers, I have pushed the argument that even illegally created murals, street artworks should be considered protectable by copyright. And therefore, in my opinion, in our opinion, NFTs, the tokenization of illegally created artworks should be legal, should be allowed. I mean, the fact that the underlying art has been created illegally should not affect the tokenization of the artwork itself. We keep considering the process of creating an artwork irrelevant when it comes to protecting it via copyright and when it comes to tokenizing it by minting it, by creating an NFT based on that artwork. And therefore the sale, the collection of NFTs related to an illegal mural should be okay, should be considered perfectly legal, enforceable, a contract enforceable on it. But of course, we don't know how a judge will decide a possible dispute on that. We are curious to know how a court might, position itself with reference to this specific issue.
All right, so that's the conclusion for us. Thank you so much for having us, and hopefully next year we can be there in person, right, Enrico?
Yes, yes. And we welcome now your comments, your questions, feedback to improve our paper. Pedro, over to you.
Do you hear our voice like this?
Yes.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
You can pop the question if you would like to, or if save it for later. It's also kind of early for everyone. But,
yeah, sure. And I mean, you can also just email us if you have any questions that come up later. It's perfect to get your input.
I was a bit curious because your position regarding the illegal created murals for the copyright defense, you think that the illegal created mural is not it's not defensible when it comes to copyright, both in NFT and
no, the opposite. The opposite.
It's defensible.
Yeah, it's protectable. Yeah, we in past papers, you remember, Pedro, I pushed that argument that copyright should also protect illegally created artworks. You remember, and therefore, I mean, the corollary of that position is that even minting an NFT related to an illegally created artwork should be okay, should not raise any issue. So the NFT, in our opinion, should be allowed to be sold, to be collected in the secondary market.
I think in theory this works. I wonder what would be in practical terms. I think there's a big difference, for example, for kind of graffiti which were created legally, but which are a bit older. Because, for example, in Germany, after 5 years, you won't get any trouble for it from authorities? And after 10 years, you won't get any trouble from the person who owns the wall, the one that got a private thing. So after 10 years, there's no problem to stand up and say, this was mine, and I created that, and nobody could force you in difficulties. But I think before that, they might say, yeah, when you stand up and say, I did that with your real name, you get in trouble for the graffiti. And maybe you still get your, you can still do your NFT, whatever.
Yes, absolutely. This is a very interesting point. In the past, I highlighted the fact that if you come out and you want to enforce your copyright over an illegally created mural, you run a risk, especially if the mural is recent, right? But as you said, there are rules under criminal law, and this is the so-called statute of limitation rule, where basically the crime is not punishable anymore after a certain amount of years. In Germany, we heard it's 5 years. In other countries, US, UK, 6, 7 years, more or less, this is the period. And of course, after the statute of limitation expires, there is no risk of getting prosecuted, and therefore the interest in enforcing copyright is stronger, of course, because there is no risk. The same happens with NFTs. Of course, if the artist mints an NFT just a couple of months after creating the mural, and the NFT is then available on the market, offered for sale by platforms as an NFT, of course, the risk is to get prosecuted, because let's remember that everything is transparent in the blockchain. Everything is recorded in the blockchain, including information about the underlying artwork. When the artwork was painted, was created, in which city, and when the NFT was minted. So if the police, for example, consults the blockchain, goes and has the information necessary to prosecute the artist. So this is a risk, of course, absolutely. But in our opinion, this element does not permeate the tokenization of illegality. So in our opinion, the offering for sale, the selling of the NFTs based on an illegal work should continue, should not be considered illegal. Of course, the artist, we know that, may face the risk of prosecution. That's obvious. But this does not make, in our opinion, the tokenization of the artwork illegal or not enforceable. A contract, for example, let's take this scenario. No, the collector who buys such NFT for $1 million, well, in our opinion, the contract in question should be valid, should not be made unenforceable or invalid based on the fact that the underlying artwork was created illegally. That's our opinion, of course. We don't know if courts might, if judges, when there are disputes, if there are disputes, we don't know if they take a different stance, a different opinion, of course. But I mean, this is our opinion. We believe that these are two parallel issues, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, Siri, if you want to add something, but I think it's a scenario which might materialize in the future, in reality, and we will see. We'll see what the judges think. But already we know, for example, in a case in England regarding non-NFTs, regarding the Banksy work in Folkestone, the creative, the dream, the case in Folkestone where a Banksy artwork, a mural, was removed from the wall, shipped to America, and there was a litigation regarding ownership of the tangible support. It was not a copyright case, but it was a case of property, basically. Who is the owner of the mural which has been removed? Is it the landlord or is it the tenant? No, that was the main issue. And in that case, Judge Arnold in England said, Obiter, so it was not the main issue. Obiter said, look, the illegally created mural is copyrighted and the copyright owner is Banksy. So in that case, the judge accepted the fact that copyright over an illegally created mural exists, subsists, and by the owner in Banksy. So we already have a position from a judge in England which believes that illegally created artworks are protected by copyright. And by the way, I met the judge at the conference, and he told me informally, there is no doubt about that. Copyright applies to illegally created artworks. If this is true, as it is true, of course, also tokenizing illegally created murals should be legal, let's say.
Nice. Okay. Siri, do you want to add something? We need to move forward with Tom.
Just very shortly, I think that this question, it goes to the core of some of the important issues that should be discussed. How can you enforce copyright without having to reveal your identity? Who knows? Maybe there will be something in the future on this.
Okay. Thank you so much for your contribution. I think it's time for us to move forward. So Tom, thank you again.
Obrigado, Pedro.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Bye, everyone.
You have a PowerPoint presentation? I think I emailed the PDF. You emailed the PDF. Okay, let me. Oh, this is such a small screen here. Let me. So Tom here. Presentation. It's here. Here. I will share the screen with Zoom.
Yes, but no recording, if that's right.
Okay, of course, I will stop that. Let me just download it down here. And stop recording stuff. Where is this? Like this? No? Where's the Zoom? Zoom. Stop recording. And I will ask for people to do silence, and you can start your presentation, Christian, and then
yes, I have to share it.
You are not able to share?
I have to share it because
yeah, share.
Yes. A second, please.
It's this green button in the bottom that says.
Yes, I know. The green. You have to share. That share. Okay.
It's working. Yeah. Okay, ça va.
It's good for you?
Perfect.
Yes. I begin?
Yes, you can, Christian. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So I will speak about the real lives of street artists, thanks to their testimonies, writings, etc. Because the history of street art and its current artists is increasingly fueled by publications by researchers, as you know, by art historians, but they often speak only of the officially recognized careers of these artists, too rarely evoking their previous careers, and moreover, ignore most of those who live from their art without being established in the art market, galleries, museums, festivals, etc., etc. However, whether for the first or for the second ones, their experiences, which often began with vandal graffiti, repressed by law, are an essential element of the history of graffiti and street art of the last 60 years, I say, as of the evolution of their own art and so of the street art itself. So to write this real story, one must have made an anthropological approach of the graffiti world by watching them act, by listening to them, by collecting their testimonies and life stories. As it's also necessary to have read their possible writings on the web, in their fanzines, and even in articles or books that they have sometimes published, like the one of this introduction slide, the book Je cours toujours, I always run. I had very long conversations with Nebey, this artist, about his background before he became a recognized street artist. Conversation we can sum up with this extract of his book. I let you read it. He speaks about the pleasure to go and paint and reveal golden carnage on the sad gray walls. Here it is. So that is the real, very life and history, for example, of this artist. But it's difficult to set up databases with all the testimonials received or read by this artist. There is a science dedicated to it, the taxonomy in France, which means the science of classification. This difficulty was soon expressed by the journalist Richard Tassart for 5 years ago on the website here. Sorry, I have to change something here. On his blog, in an introduction for a great paper about the French artist epidemic, I will speak of him later. Here, the anthropological and sociological approach in the field of action of graffiti, artists and crews, but therefore obviously go through encounters that we must dare to provoke. And the first condition is therefore not to be afraid, to know how to communicate by a gesture, showing a positive and respectful intention. And I have experienced this approach many, many times in many countries, including in places where even the police do not dare to go. And I have always been well received. The taggers or the crews answer to with a positive gesture, telling us to approach. And the oral exchange can begin. And they very often begin by telling who they are, what they do, and why, etc., etc. Obviously, during the first contact, one must not take notes on papers, except if one asks them beforehand for permission to do so. This is now the process of transcribing the true experiences of these artists begins. Not only the experience of what they do, tag, graffiti, collective or individual walls at the time of the meeting with us, but also the previous lives of each of them and or of their crew. Where are they from? Where are they now? Would they like to go in their career as graffiti artists? The link is created, future meetings are decided, phone numbers and social networks shared, and this work combines art, history, and also requires a psychological approach when some former taggers confide more intimately about their youth and what led them to tag and graffiti. So I limit myself here to give 3 examples of these testimonies taken from my Excel database. I spoke about databases at the beginning. Here, for example, the year 2018 with the translation. Now you see an example of a possible database of these testimonies. Here, 2 by phone, Dear and Onez, and 1 by Facebook conversation. And here are the translation. First one about this train. Dear told me, this is the one where I finally go caught by the police at 33 years old, and he smiled. The second one, the same Dear, in the same day. I spoke of him 4 years ago at a conference about these walls he did in Marseille officially. But as he said to me on this third conversation, despite all the hype and everything that's going on about street art at the moment, it all started with something illegal. It's not just memories, it has to last. We have to get back to it so we don't lose that soul. Otherwise, I don't know where we are going. It's one problem of many street artists today, the memory and the soul, the initial soul of what they were doing. And here, a conversation with Onez, I put my blaze as one on as much as anyone else. What interested me was the primitive gesture, what you felt at that moment. It's very different of what they do when they do a wall officially, etc., etc. And I spoke about him, this phone conversation with Epidemic. His first name was Virus Hay, and actually his real name as artist Thierry Olivier. Phone conversation, you see the year. La maladie de l'art m'a sauvé de l'art de la maladie. The illness of art saved me from the art of illness. And I have a very long conversation with him. It was very interesting and to follow. So oral testimonies come from exchanges during their meetings, then when one is invited to their legal or illegal jams, or when one of them invites you when he makes graffiti alone. So here we give just one example among many others of a spot where one can spend night and days with many crews or teams or lone graffiti. It's a very known spot in Sweden, Snozatra, called actually the Wall of Fame. For years, the industrial wasteland was a spot of wild but free graffiti, as we see. Expression, meetings and parties, raised parties, all accepted by the business still present in the area. But since 10 years, it also has become the Graffiti Wall of Fame, a giant space globally dedicated to street art and graffiti, will still its dimension of total freedom, but where a kind of festival takes place every year, where artists, recognized or not, from all over the world take part. But it's also a place for concerts, street art, and many things. And the owner of one of the former huge storage sheds in which he himself lives offers all the space he owns to, and in his own words, when I met him, to people he wants to see happy. You come here, you must be happy to live here and to do what you want. In Snozastra, we are so able to hear from many artists from all over the world, to stay with them one day, one night, 1 week, etc., etc. That's what I did. And to deepen our knowledge of the individual and collective history of tag, graffiti, and street art. Some photos of this place. Sorry. Here you can see, you can live here, eat here, organize your life with the others, and of these testimonies you can note. Yeah. So now it's also important to look at the written testimonies. Like I said on the first slide, the first thing about these written testimonies, the first thing to do would be also a database of all the books they published themselves, or in which they write text of chapters since more than 40 years. First, testimonies in books. Countless books have been published on street art and graffiti, but very often the artist's testimonies are watered down or oriented and written in a language that is not their originally one. On the other hand, the artists themselves publish self-published books in which they tell their real life stories in their own words, abbreviations, feelings, etc., etc. And often these books are published in a small number of copies and not widely distributed in bookshops. So sometimes you have to find a trace of them on the web in order to buy them if you can. They are, however, fundamental if one wants ever to write the history of street art over the last 60 years. I mentioned in the introduction the book Je cours toujours of Nebet and Julius. Here it is. But here is also the collective book La France d'en bas, the France from below, written and published by taggers and street artists from the south of France 20 years ago, with the example of the text by Risch, because even if the book is mainly made up of numerous photos, there are also short texts by the taggers expressing their personal and social experiences, their art, their feelings about others and about society in general. So you can read it. I hanged around a lot in the streets. I struggled. I come from the street, and strangely enough, it's graffiti that got me out of it. If I hadn't done graffiti, I'd probably be like my childhood friends who became drug addicts, robbers, who did all sorts of shit. And so here we can see in this text of Frisch, it confirms the fact that graffiti and vandal tags do not have to be automatically linked to drugs and a form of banditry, as some official texts all over the world would have us believe. For example, the document Combating Graffiti, published 20 years ago by the mayor of New York and the director of the New York Police Department, who wrote, graffiti has also been related to drug and gang violence, and as well as the occult. And many people think the same thing. Or here's the text of Frisch tells us it's not.
Christian, you have 5 minutes, okay?
Yes, okay, it will be good. But you also don't this book, it's a self-published book by a single artist in France, Comer Obeka. It would be very difficult to summarize it here, or to give extracts from this 340 pages. But after reading it, one becomes aware of the fact that it's fundamental to allow us to understand and write the history of French graffiti of the last 40 years. And the author made a point of ending the title of the book with the word narrative. This narrative is a perfect example of the need to look at the writings and words of graffiti artists. Not to do so, not to read this book, for example, and there are many others, is to miss the true reality of French graffiti and street art. And you see a little text sitting in the train. I watch the train tracks to go by, still admiring the graffiti covered walls. Suddenly the scenery gives way to a lot of trains parked next to each other, an open air shed, a podé, as it say in my jargon. Other travelers may not be aware of it, but what they see as a simple means of transport is my main playground. And all the book is a story with many other taggers in France. So, testimony in fanzines or zines. It would be more difficult to constitute a database of the fanzines. They produced all over the world, but we were often shared in only a few copies within their groups or gangs and circles of friends. It's what's explained cute on this YouTube page, as you can see, about an old graffiti design from 1988. At the time, this stuff was like gold to us, as we didn't have graph magazines or the internet to guide us. This was the early days of UCAP graffiti. Researching fanzine to try to build a database requires that anyone interested in graffiti art meets artists in their homes who may still have their fanzines. It's what I do sometimes. It's a phenomenal job, and it would require that all those who would do it be connected to a database that they would fill in together. It's, for example, what I try to do, in France, the Fanzinothèque in the city of Poitiers. Here it is. It's a specialized documentation center, unique of this kind, dedicated to the forms of expressions of fringe cultures by means of micro-publishing, so-called alternative publishings and parallel press, in particular fanzines, which give its name to the place, so Fanzinothèque. So here one can find more than 60,000 fanzines and micro-publications from all over the world. And in partnership with the House of the Society Science of the University of Poitiers, the Fanzinothèque gradually digitizes those documents, as you see on the right, and so builds a database one can consult on the web. You see the link, research development between. So I will finish on that that question of the fanzines, and there are many things to do about it also. So thank you, and it's now the time for the testimony and on an astonishing journey, that of Antoine Chateau, who started out as a vandal on walls, isn't it, Antoine? In the 19th, to gradually become an art teacher.
Thank you so much, Christian. I will start.
Thank you.
Okay.
Please,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go.
Okay. Alors, je vais where is it? Okay, for Zoom. Okay. Alors, this is good for you. Okay. Alors, you can see that?
No, we are still in the Guerini.
It's good.
Oh, we have yours. Now it's okay.
Yes.
It's okay. Okay. So let's go for me, the second part of the real lives of street art artists, testimony and writing. This is from street art to education, a testimony to my life journey of 20 years dedicated to urban expression. Now it's a narrative course of my life. Okay. The beginning is here. Okay, the beginning in 1990, a graffiti artist from the hip-hop movement. In urban cultures, the notion of transmission is essential. The foundation of hip-hop are based on the values of exchange and sharing. This kind of relationship are markers of the singular identity of this culture, the same in France as in other countries. As a duty of memory, I would like to remind you where is the movement comes from and where is strongly associated with the graffiti culture. Okay, so what is the life of a graffiti artist in the 19th, influenced by the precept of the hip-hop culture? My crew, NTC, based in Orsay, the southern suburbs of Paris, appreciate this precept of exchange and sharing. But in parallel, we practice illegal graffiti. So we had constituted an officially declared association, Couleurs dans la ville, color of the city. created in 1997. The objective of this team was to promote the practice of spray painting by organizing graffiti workshop. So I quickly add in my career as a street artist, a definition that did not yet exist at the time. I quickly desire to pass on the technique and know how I had acquired the legal or illegal use of the aerosol can. In the political and social context of this time, the kind of transmission of art were not likened to the action of the popular education policies. Okay, this is a visual testimony of NTC crew. It's an evolvement. Okay, it's an evolvement of the French Zulu nation. It's a journal cover, okay, made by Spock, the creator of the NTC crew. It's an authentic fanzine. Oh, sorry for this. Okay. Voilà. Make pause, perhaps. Okay. Alors, I stop it. Okay. Alors, this first photography is a visual. Okay, what you do? Excuse me. Okay. Alors, excuse me for the PowerPoint. Okay. Voilà. Alors, let's go. We start. OK. Alors, partager l'écran. Let's go. This. Okay, sorry. This, okay, it's a testimony of NTC crew in the French Zulu nation fanzine. And the other photography is a photo about the first, about the first film director of graffiti artist Olivier Mégaton, who's a famous film director now by Realize, Taken, and Transporter. And the tree photography, it's a témoignage of what graffiti artists appropriate walls in the city and make them legal spot to paint. Okay, these three photographies, the témoignage like graffiti expression and exchange with the other graffiti with an authentic or illegal practice to exchange and play with the other. Marginal practice. Okay, for example, another example to use throw up, it's another expression in graffiti who now exists so with the new generation. Okay. During the 1,000 years, I translate practitioner. I'm an urban animator in 2,000 years, okay? And I, in France, I realized decorated electrical posts in the form of a mural fresco workshop with spray paint. My business is supervising teenagers for the municipal youth service. 180 decorated electrical posts allow me to create my own job. The job of muralist bombing is today a real valued, lucrative job for a new generation of artists, not necessarily from illegal artistic practice. Okay. In 2010, curiosity and openness to otherness have made me want to open my eyes to the plurality of urban art expression. Okay, a new activity is beginning for me. Okay, the curiosity to walk the street and for observe the visual traces allowed me to widen my vision of the whole of the artistic intervention in the urban space. Observing, recording, and analyzing are all reflexes that I decided to put to good use. As a communicating artist, I wish to put this knowledge at the service of audiences who are increasingly seeking to be educated in urban art. Okay. In 2014, I accompanied the launch of Greeters. Greeters is like voluntaries. It's a project in the Bay of Saint-Brieuc in France, okay, by the tourist office to organize visits. I conceived a walk to discover the fresco around the port of the Légué, and it was the first visit proposed by Greeters, the movement Greeters, on the theme of urban art in France. Okay. In 2019, it was for me the transition from a voluntary activity to a lucrative job. It's the time of job and urban culture. I waited the creation on 2019 of the Airbnb experience. Airbnb experience is a new platform in France, and it was the opportunity to switch from a volunteer business model to a remunerative business model. And now I continue to organize the only guided tour of street art in Lyon, led by a real street artist. Okay. In January of this year, I have my participation of the edition of Festival de la Prande in Lyon. Allows me to present my experience and expertise of the street art visit to education and learning professional. The objective of this intervention is to help identity and define in situ the characteristic of urban art. At the same time, I propose different pedagogical and educational scenarios to exploit for teachers. And now the job exists. Many people follow the training of cultural mediator in Master and Night School of Art. This activity is very developed by Festival of Urban Art, the Mediator Urban Art. But my real motivation is for tourism office and institutional structure who recovers urban art to do territorial marketing. So my business is propose an alternative visit by an authentic, passionate urban artist. And now it's to apply the reasoning teacher versus educator that in 2017, I successfully passed the CAPLP. It's an examen, okay? It's an examen of the Ministry of National Education and Youth. I'm still now a full-time teacher of applied arts in a lycée professionnel with a secondary school for vocational training in Lyon, and I teach design to future bachelor students. Okay, so I have developed specific expertise in pedagogical engineering by coaching many young people in and out of school. My objective to help them develop the famous soft skills throughout a contemporary original and differentiating creative expression for their studies and for the opportunity to their work on new job. My expertise supports the development of creative skills by the level of urban art. So my conclusion of my testimony, the question is, does the street offer us a permit to dream and to come into bloom? We are told that you have to dream to learn. So aren't urban practices facilitators of dreams for a whole generation? Okay, so my ultimate conclusion is, for this real life of street artists, perhaps a message. The message is, you artists of the street, prove every day that you have social role. But the social role, find it. And it's okay for me.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Antoine.
Okay.
Okay, so
Okay.
I don't know, we are going to move now in the program, but before that, I would like to know if is there somebody in the audience that wants to use the opportunity to talk with these two French researchers, Christian and Antoine. I don't know if there's someone. Oh, hold on, come on. No, if not, we will move forward and do our last online session here with a colleague from Porto University, Maria Regina Rendinha. She took part of a project that I think she will explain. It was a project from the law perspective, and she's professor in law, I think. So,
yes.
So I think, please, you can start.
Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon. Thank you for having me, inviting me, and for having me in this discussion. That, as Pedro just said, I'm from a very different background. I'm a civil and labor law professor, and I landed in street art, or in the urban art environment through the civil law precisely. I'll explain further how it happened if we have time during at the end of the presentation. For the moment, I would just like to say, while I'm sharing my presentation with you, that the research project that issued the paper I'm presenting, and also produced recently a book on street art, is a joint venture between Maria Raquel Guimarães and myself, on coming from a research unity at the Faculty of Law of the University of Porto. So let me just start the content of this presentation by pointing out the topics we have been dealing with. We were motivated to this research by a single question one day, that was asked if there was any protection for graffiti. If law could protect in any way graffiti. And quite honestly, we didn't had an answer for that. We couldn't at the time just say yes or no, because we only had a legal framework, general, that could hardly be transposed to the graffiti and street art environment. So we stalled a bit about the answers. We started making assumptions and discussions around the different sort of expression that we could find in street art. And we came to write this paper about the main issues. It's an ongoing work, actually, that aims more to diagnose the legal problems than to offer solutions that can be just definitive to any problems arising from graffiti and other expressions of street and urban art. In fact, we had these hardships because of the axiological cross-reference that we encountered when we start studying the problem. As we all know, graffiti has this connotation of being illegal and something that comes from the outside of the legal boundaries. But it's not always like that, actually. Some expressions are perfectly legal because they are the support in which they are done is a support that doesn't belong to anyone specifically, and it is not public property, so it can be legal. So we encounter always this tension between legality, illegality, between in the same way, crime and abidance. Sometimes it's a crime, sometimes it isn't. Sometimes it is artistic, and we all recognize the artistic value carried by the graffiti. And sometimes we all conclude that's pure damage to property. Marginality, inclusion, creation, destruction, appreciation, repudiation, freedom, imposition. Some even say that it's anti-democratic in the way that it expresses someone's views that tries to impose them on the community or into the general public. Integration, so anti-sociability, individual, collective, rules, enemy, market value, economic irrelevance, utilization, waste, amateurish, professional, ephemeris, permanent. So all these contradictions or apparent contradictions were met when we started digging a bit further on our subject, and because we always encountered the right balance between the interests on both parts in the cross line between those two fields. But there was one certainty we always have since from the first research we conducted. It's the fact that graffiti has a strong connection with personality, with the person, and then it is a manifestation or a characteristic of the person. It expresses the self. And when I say personality in this context, I mean it in legal terms as the right of the persona, of the person, of the self. So, in fact, any graffiti, regardless the quality, the aesthetics, the content, is a way of the self to come out and show itself to the others. And it contributes for what we call the free development of personality, of the personality. And this basic idea is strongly supported in our legal system in a condensed formula that arises from the Civil Code, when it says that the law protects individuals against any unlawful offense or threat to offense to their physical or moral personality. So not allowing any expression contents with this expression of the physical and moral personality that in our legal system has a multi-level protection that starts in the Constitution and goes in different legal acts that I will spare you the reference. So we had this starting point, but it was in a way too vague to allow a definitive response to the question that triggered all the research. So we had to move forward, and we moved forward to the specific personality right. That's the right to the personal creation, or the right to create a work that's going to be protected if it fulfills all the requirements to be considered as such. Once it is, you have a copyright that's or authorship right that has two dimensions, always present: a moral dimension, the right to be recognized as an author, and a patrimonial right, the right to exploit economically the work. So we had a little step further. We had the foundation of the expression of the personality, and then the right to create something. And even if we were not worrying about the patrimonial aspects yet, we had at least very strongly support on the moral right. But we had this methodological flaw. Can graffiti be considered work? What's a work? For this purpose, it's a system of signs that's organized by the person, but it has to have an external expression, and it has to have some value or dignity for the community, either scientifically or artistically. It has to be something that didn't exist before in the world. It has to appear as a novelty, ex novum. And it has to have a certain quality that can be of a different kind, as you can read from the slide. So for the authorship purpose, graffiti have to have some artistic dignity, some artistic quality to be assessed as such. And this, of course, has to be evaluated case by case. We cannot have an answer in any legal document before considering the specific case. But
5 minutes more or less.
okay, thank you. So we further from that, we had something else that was another legal document that, for the purpose of legality, considers graffiti in a broader range of expressions and techniques. So it could, in a way, widen that concept that we had before of the work for authorship purposes. Well, as the time always is always short at the end, I'm going to skip some of the steps we had in between, just to highlight one aspect. That's the aspect, the graffitis that are made of written expressions or inscriptions, what we call epigraphs, that are a subspecies of graffiti as such. And they are a bit more complex because they had some problems to the problems that we have in general graffitis. And I'm not talking tags, throw-ups and blockbusters, because those don't meet the category of written or epigraph graffiti. And they have specific questions because they have a very, very distinct, diverse content, social, political, personal, communal, collective, or individual, etc. And they have sometimes another difficult to consider, that's the problem of not being immediately identified as a work. And we only can achieve that by recurrence of repetition as an identifying mark, as you can check from the example. So, to the problems we had initially, we have now more: the freedom of expression problem, the privacy problem, and the advertising and consumer rights problems, just to mention a few of those more frequently met. But in the end, we have two criteria to sort this out, and that's our it has been our position. That's the what we call collision of rights. That's a criteria that the civil code has in for the general situation where different interests met, but that in here we can call upon to sort the tension that we initially met always between the expression of the individual's personality and the interests of other individuals or the community. So basically, we are progressing in in such a way that we believe that we are making graffiti less obscure to the legal eye, but not making them mainstream legal in terms of what the legal system has to offer to this question. So thank you for having me here, and I hope to have your feedbacks in order to develop further our research. Thank you.
Obrigado. Thank you. So if there are people with hands, Ana? Sim. Mas deixa, Ana, então deixa aqui a Ana, se tiver alguma coisa.
My question is, I was doing some research about these legal questions, but I am not a specialist as you are. And I didn't find much about the Portuguese case, but I found in Italy a very interesting discussion between these author rights or copyrights and the right to private property. And I think there is, I don't know how to say in English, jurisprudência.
Case law.
Case law.
Case law. Okay, so in Italy, I know that there's case law from situations where artists were given authorship rights and the owners of properties couldn't erase something. Eventually, it was something very specific. But why do you think there isn't as much discussion in Portugal about these two conflicting ideas? And I didn't understand exactly very clearly why can't graffiti be considered work or even art, or what is it necessary legally for it to be considered work or art? I don't know.
Okay.
Who is the institution, or who are the institutions who are given the power to say this is art, this is not art? Is it ultimately the judge that judges a case and then creates this case?
Did you understood?
I think so, but there are so many questions that we would have to go back to the starting point. Well, actually, trying to briefly answer as to if graffiti, and I take the expression in a very fluid sense for the purpose of the argument, can or cannot be considered a work. When I say work, it's work for in the sense of authorship protection. Yes, it is. It can. The graffiti in Portugal can be considered a work. And they can be considered a work if they are new, if they are original, and if they have a certain relevance, artistic relevance. Of course, this is not a priori established a priori. It's established when it is discussed if it is a graffiti or not. And this only happens when there is a dispute between someone and the author.
There's another question here raised hand.
Okay, okay. So I can leave the other points to more detailed answer on some other occasion. But please go ahead.
Thank you very much for your very interesting talk. As a son of a lawyer, and I have like 8 lawyers in my family, very interesting question. Just a statement. There are as much countries as laws, so in every country it's different. So we're just talking specifically about the Portuguese, but very often there are similarities. And I think it's always interesting when a judge or a lawman arrives and says, "Oh yes, this is art. This is not art. This is relevant. This is not relevant." Because of course it doesn't work like that, but in some cases it does, because it might be relevant for us as art historians, but not relevant for a lawyer.
Yes.
So it's hard to. Well, in other cases, when it's about a car crash, the lawyer wouldn't dare, or the judge wouldn't dare to judge that. There would be somebody else, an expert coming.
Yes, an expert.
Yeah, or in art, we often have that problem, or there were in the past in different countries cases where people where the judge said, "Oh, in the case of art, I can do that myself because I'm qualified." So that's more or less a statement.
Thank you for the question. I would just add to that in terms of authorship, there's a great deal of convergence between European countries. There are even some aspects that are common to EU countries in what matters authorship and copyright protection. As to the difficult position of the judge in such a situation, we have to bear in mind that the judge assesses the nature of the work, whatever it is, through the impact it has on the collective, on the community, on the others. So he is not judging according to his aesthetic values or his own personal views on the problem. He assesses it through a consensus that he retrieves from society. If he is able to retrieve it immediately, fine. If not, he'll have to have a group of experts or some expertise aid to achieve that. But one thing is important: he doesn't do it on its own mind, on its own views. He has to always assess the impact through the eyes of the collective, the collective side of the.
A good judge.
A good judge, of course, but there are also good artists, not so good artists. So we have to deal with the contingents of the composition of society.
Thank you so much, Maria. Can we move forward? And I will invite you to stay, because Anna will do a presentation that's also connected with law. So if you want to stay, please.
Of course I will. Thank you.
Tell me. Thank you again. Obrigado.
Thank you.
Enviaste primeiro.
Mas se não der, se for muito complicado. de
Não, não,
descarregar,
não. Então,
eu posso,
só uma questão de chegar aqui.
Abrir o Word aqui mesmo.
Ah, mas tens aí.
Tenho aqui o texto.
Isso tem o. Ah, é só texto?
Não, eu vou ler.
Ah, é
aqui.
apresentação. Ah, talvez você está. Espera aí. Ah, eu.
Eu não costumo ler, mas hoje não consigo não ler.
Ok. No worries.
São 20 minutos.
Certo. Ok. Gmail. E. Uau.
Nossa Senhora, isso é o
Jesus Cristo. É. É um susto. É um susto.
É lá ser rápido, senão.
São, sim, é rápido. São 9 megas.
É pequenino também, não tem,
É,
não tem
já
quase
tá,
imagem.
já chegou. Já chegou.
Spa,
Não,
chega.
isto é o.
Estava a ver.
Ah, não, isto é. Para lá. Ok, este
É essa.
Agora. Play. Bem, isto está tudo tão pequenino aqui.
Então, mas vira para cá que é para eu mudar os slides. Assim
tem-
para o vento.
Tem que. Ah, não, já me lembro. Isto não pode ser assim.
Ah, não?
Eles não veem o slide a mudar. Tem que aumentar assim e tem que ficar com estas barras de lado.
Ok, não há problema. Pode ser page down. Qual é que é
O quê?
a ceninha para mudar de slide?
É a seta para o lado. Acho eu. E deixa-me só pôr aqui.
Experimenta aí só para
Sim,
ver
vejam
se eu não me refiro muito com isso.
Parar aqui o zoom. Partilhar como é que é esta.
Ok.
Não. Essa queixa.
Eu não sei mexer nesses computadores.
Sim, sim, mas eu vejo.
Sou bué da básica. Só sei mexer em Windows.
Estranho. Muito estranho. Ah, é para baixo. Tinhas razão.
É para baixo. Ok.
Para baixo.
Ok.
Tinhas
Então,
razão.
Só
Ok.
por aqui mais perto.
Bom.
Eu ir mudando. Eles conseguem ver ali?
Estou aqui este console da. Isto é horrível.
Tira aí essa carinha dessa
É
senhora.
a Maria. Espera.
Ai, aí está tão pequenino que eu nem conseguia perceber quem era.
É a Maria. É a Maria. Está aqui online connosco. Bom, pronto, já está.
Ah, pronto.
We can move forward. Technical. We're going to do our technical. I don't know. So let's go. Be aware of time.
Okay. Hi everyone. So I'm kind of taking on the previous presentation and just moving to something a bit more generic in terms of public space regulation. This is part of my PhD research. I'm addressing public space regulation in Lisbon and in Bologna, but I am not going to bring concrete data today. It's more just like a theoretical introduction to these issues. So, é para baixo? Não, não é para baixo. Agora já. So I want to reflect on the ambivalence that contemporary cities experience in relation to the practices of graffiti and street art. If on the one hand, we see more works being validated and even promoted by the regulatory agents of urban space in a strategy of valuing creativity as an intangible asset, there is at the same time a set of strategies to eliminate or prevent the emergence of graffiti or unauthorized street art. A good example is the amount of money spent on buffering versus the money spent on funding art projects. And I think Ugo already spoke about it previously. This ambivalence stems from the ability that these practices, that these spontaneous, illegally executed objects have to create new images of the city and new discourses about the public space. I depart from Lefebvre's theory on the right to the city and look at graffiti as a practice that creates social space in the sense that it recovers the use value of the city through the appropriation of public space. This evokes the possibilities that Lefebvre considers to be the essence of full citizenship and experience, allowing us to read graffiti as a gesture of active and creative involvement in urban space, and therefore as a creator of urban space, in the sense that it underlines the possibility of creating a city for people's lives, and not only for the commercial logic of selling and consuming goods, services, and now experiences. Graffiti can be seen as a creative and political practice, as it manifests against the homogenization and standardization of urban space operated by the global affirmation of the dynamics of production, circulation, and consumption of goods. So street art and graffiti tend to be seen very differently. It's an unfortunate coincidence that I have the same mural, but it happened. So street art or urban art, these big murals, usually have little to no political content, and they are the kind of art that is sanctioned by the institutional agents like galleries, museums, and the art market in general. They sometimes are involved in gentrification processes in many neighborhoods of the city, and they contribute to strategies of city branding, where cities basically create campaigns to sell themselves as tourist destinations or affluent migrant destinations, and so on. And then unauthorized graffiti and street art usually is considered vandalism, damage to private property, and associated with dirt, noise, disorder, danger, and defiance from the hegemonic established order of the urban space. It tends to be forbidden, criminalized, censored, and erased. So graffiti tends to be this symbol of urban decadence and the defiance from this hegemonic order of the urban public space. So these spontaneous visual interventions keep alive a climate of tension that feeds a certain aura of authenticity. And this emanates from the spontaneous nature of these communicative gestures that constitute signs of freedom and impulsiveness in a space that is mostly regulated and planned. And since my work is based on the communication sciences, I always look at the city from this perspective as a place full of different communicative gestures. And so for me, graffiti and street art are always taken from that perspective in the beginning, ultimately. Don Mitchell uses Lefebvre's work to reflect on public space in contemporary cities. And he starts from the idea that the city itself is public in the sense that it allows different people to meet, thus welcoming heterogeneity. But he also states that this possibility implies taking some risk, some unpredictability, even the possibility of violence. There is a potential for disorder in the city that generates fear, and that for numerous reasons has contributed to an increasingly accentuated environment of control and surveillance in today's cities. The existence of a public space as a socially produced space in these circumstances implies a permanent struggle for presence, visibility, and representativeness on the part of groups that tend to be excluded by this tendency towards securitization or ordering of the urban space. The right to the city is, like all rights, a way of organizing and contesting power. Rights are institutionalized through their formalization in laws, texts that establish rules for the lives of citizens, applied by institutions of power. Laws tend to oppress and dominate difference because they generalize and conceptualize reality to the point of eliminating differences and thus hardly guaranteeing social justice. The formalization of rights in laws constitutes a moment in the creation of public space, not just at the symbolic level, but even at the material level. Complying with universalizing laws and norms, the space will reflect this trend towards homogenization and the annulment of what is different. Therefore, the fight for rights, following this dialogue that takes place in the city, is also a creator of public space and a means to conquer the right to the city. The right to the city is the right to visibility in the public space, the right to physical, material, spatial representation, the right of bodies to have presence and voices to be heard. This right conflicts with private property rights that restrict access and use of certain spaces. The idea of a public sphere as the one developed by Habermas is mostly based on male, white, proprietary universe, which does not welcome the innovation and advance that are necessary for building public space. The laws created to regulate the urban space only accept order discourses. But in order to fight and conquer a given right, it is often necessary to resort to some violence. In fact, excluding violence from public space is excluding some groups that the social consensus tends to consider as threatening the established order, thus handing over the monopoly on violence to the state, which can, through institutions such as the police or the courts, act aggressively against citizens. As a legal entity, a political theory, and a material space, public space is produced through a dialectic of inclusion and exclusion, order and disorder, rationality and irrationality, violence and peaceful dissent. While doing a genealogy of graffiti and similar practices, Marcello Faletra takes us back to the founding of the modern city and Foucault's ideas on governmentality and control to justify this ideological construction around discomfort, disorder, danger, and fear that permeate urban management since the dawn of graffiti around the 1960s in the USA. Faletra finds the origins of a certain idea of order to be the basis of the legal and institutional sphere of the social system we have today, and from which rules, norms, and conventions arise, even the ones that we use to aesthetically evaluate these objects. The maintenance of democracy resides in the dialectic between representational and represented space, between experience and organization, between planning and risk. It is desirable that neither of the two remains solely as a logic of public space organization, nor completely eliminate the other. A totally chaotic and disorganized city is not truly democratic, neither is totally controlled and monitored one, made of rigid, inviolable rules. Recognizing the importance of this dialogue does not mean, however, that politics remains present and important in the current public space. It has been removed from public space to make way for the regulated and safe entertainment and leisure. Regulation and safety, when associated with consumption dynamics, seem to be more easily accepted as necessary or not excessive. The tendency to plan urban space and make it commercial, attractive for investment and exchanges, eliminates diversity and representativeness. Oh, this is just examples I brought from Bologna, and these are from Lisbon. These are tags, and that's a queer collective called Pisha Bisha. The apparent diversity, this is not legal, but no one cares. This is illegal and it has already been removed. The apparent diversity is artificially created. The eventual public participation in the common life of the city pre-exists. The public is made up of a set of people who are accepted as legitimate and excludes all the unwanted, such as homeless people, drug addicts, beggars, street vendors, street prostitutes, political activists, and graffiti writers. Thus, those who represent the potential for disorder, violence, or lack of control have no place in the representations of the public space and are pushed to the margins, banished out of the participatory public sphere, out of politics. The public space that results from this imagined, planned, controlled, and monitored vision presupposes a passive, receptive public previously selected through the extensive privatization of the public domain, which itself becomes a commodity. The taking over of urban space by market logics transforms the city into merchandise, into a promotion product to attract capital. the use value of the city is surpassed by the exchange value that supersedes everything. If any behavior jeopardizes the exchange value, it tends to be eliminated. Mitchell cites Tim Creswell and his reflection on the crucial where to underline this ideological delimitation between what is permitted and prohibited in a given location. Creswell argues that regulating people is often a project defined by the attempt to purify space, by the attempt to create for any space a set of determinant meanings as to what is proper and acceptable. Many of these ideas developed by Mitchell were already systematized by Rosalind Deutsche, who underlined the relational character of the public space in contrast to the conservative vision that many of the urban studies maintained until then. Deutsche also criticizes the idealization that is made of a supposed public space of the past, such as the Greek agora or the Roman forum, which feeds the tendency to exclude in the contemporary city everyone who is considered to be able to disturb this idea of harmony and homogeneity that deep down was never more than a utopia, useful to perpetuate negative ideas about a group of people historically excluded from the public space. Again, gays, lesbians, blacks, homeless people, etc. This identification of certain groups with disorder or negativity helps perpetuating a tendency of urban space to close itself off, despite the fact that dissent, dialogue, discussion, and conflict are essential for its constitution. Under the conservative perspective that creates borders and exclusions, there is already a conflictual aspect, a set of socioeconomic traits tends to amplify and make more visible in a continuous process of injustice and image creation tending to standardization. Starting from these considerations that Mitchell later expanded, Deutsche talks about the idea of public art and its relationship with the public space and the public sphere, and underlines the relationship that must exist between these three aspects that ideally reflect the democratic participation of citizens. The relationship between democracy and public space and the existence of more public art, tendentially consensual, is challenged when we question what is the public space, what is the public sphere, and what democracy do we want them to help building and consolidating? Because if public sphere emanates from the people, it immediately excludes the participation of the state and the decisions taken by its institutions. Public art cannot just be art in the public space, which is itself built on permanent dissent and tension, but must help to create an emancipating and truly democratic public sphere. Public art programs promoted by institutions tend to start from a pre-existing idea of what a given public is and associate democracy with consensus. The institutions that manage urban space have the tendency to eliminate all conflict, dissent, and violence as enemies of democracy when they are essential to its maintenance. Public art must create the public sphere to fulfill a truly public function, and for that, it must be truly inclusive. Programmers and art curators cannot claim that the works are representative, accessible, or inclusive if they are programmed with a homogeneous audience in mind, selected from the exclusion mechanisms of the institutions themselves. One of the most common arguments in the regulation of spontaneous and unauthorized graffiti or street art practice is the protection of property, whether it's considered public or private. We also see this in the analysis of legal texts that constitute the formal basis for the regulation of these practices, as well as the discourse of many of the agents that participate in this universe, especially when it comes to institutional agents. It is therefore necessary to reflect on these concepts, which are also subject to discussion, and how they contribute to building the dynamics of use and appropriation of certain objects in the urban space and its various dimensions. Current models are mostly based on Western legal categories, the most important of which is private individual property, a central idea for many political and economic theories, centered above all on the idea of ensuring the production, circulation, and accumulation of wealth. The political and ideological meaning that is generally attributed to this category is often summarized in the public/private dichotomy, an insufficient and a bit simplistic idea. In the United States and Europe, this dichotomy tends to associate what is public with government, with the relations of legitimate control and coercion by representatives of the collectivity, and what is private to contractual relationships epitomized by the market. In fact, it is common to distinguish between public laws and private laws to differentiate rules or norms that regulate the activity of the state and other public entities as the collective, and the rules that regulate relations between people or groups. This one-dimensional perspective on property models is contradicted by two authors that propose a layered perspective with institutional legal categories adding to concrete, sorry, got lost. Relations and other articulation. I'm trying to cut the not so important parts. Articulation between dimensions. The institutional legal categories that are legally formalized set of rules that determines the rights and obligations of a subject in relation to a valuable good: access, use, benefit, management, inheritance, regulation, transfer, and so on. Although some ideologies propose property models, institutional legal categories generally do not correspond to a specific ideology, and there is no coherence between the two spheres. Property concerns the organization and legitimation of rights and obligations with respect to goods that are regarded as valuable. And we can distinguish three elements that make up this organization: social units, corporations, individuals, and so on, the construction of valuables as objects, and the set of rights and obligations that regulate these relationships. They all operate in a given space and time. And from this analytical perspective, property is not a specific right like ownership, but a comprehensive concept that includes different ways of organizing, regulating, and managing property in different historical and social contexts. Property relations are also part of the universe of social relations. They are not absolute, nor can they be seen from a single perspective. They constitute a complex set of relations that determine and are determined depending on the context, and are an important factor in the political configuration of society, as well as playing an important role in the constitution of the identity of individuals or groups. We cannot analyze the texts of laws created to regulate these practices without taking into account the very ideological nature of the discourse that constructs them. Like urban space or property arrangements, legal discourses are socially produced and reflect the context of their elaboration. Concepts using legal norms do not exist absolutely outside of them, but are socially constructed, as is the case of property, the rights and duties of a certain group of population, or in this specific case, what is considered damage or vandalism, publicity, or art. When we analyze the texts of the laws that regulate urban visual space, it's important to take into account that these texts are already the reflection of ideological constructions and not just the formalization of objective concepts or translators of a static, isolated reality capable of being described and interpreted. In the case of the graffiti and street art, for example, one of the concepts most commonly found in critical discourses is the idea of vandalism. This concept is used in news and institutional texts. Just as it is problematic to reduce graffiti or street art to mere acts of vandalism, the definition of vandalism itself proves to be a challenge. There is a tendency to associate vandalism with any behavior that results in the alteration or destruction of a particular public or private asset or surface, covering a wide range of behaviors with different motivations. Gabriel Moser proposes a definition of vandalism that, despite the diversity of motivations, contexts, or relationships, takes into account various points of view of an act of vandalism. So he creates this scheme, and according to this scheme, graffiti actually is considered a destructive behavior towards environmental targets as an intentional, expressive, and communication behavior, and not just hostile or just destructive. So it has a communication intention, not merely destroy private property. So assuming that vandalism is then a form of destruction with expressive communicative intentions, it becomes more pertinent to analyze these practices as a communicative gesture and their approach in the context of the city as a communication space. Graffiti and street art can be carried out legally through a set of authorizations from owners or authorities or outside this framework without authorizations. When taken as a whole, these practices expose, underline, make visible the regulatory role of the state in controlling public space, the limits of public use of that space, the distribution of territory, access and visibility, revealing inequalities and spatial injustice, to mention just a few. And then I have more information about legislation, but we don't have time. So, final notes. So we can see a very clear difference both in the ideological and consequent legal framing and in the cultural promoting of these practices, where graffiti writing or small spontaneous street art interventions are taken as dirt, noise, symbols of disorder, danger, and socially disapproved behaviors, whether murals and other big art projects are promoted as urban decoration and intangible creative assets to promote the city as a place for market trades and capital accumulation. However, not just the main set of style and materials, also this creative aura emanates from the irreverent nature of graffiti in the first place. Without graffiti writing, we wouldn't have street art, and that is also why I choose to approach them as part of the same global phenomenon with inner contradictions that are both the reason why they became such a popular research objects, and also why there seems to always be a remnant of untamability that gives them the potential to create urban space.
We do not have much more time.
Okay.
We can pose questions as myself and Jacob prepare stuff for the next presentation. So, someone have any questions? Organizers, you.
Out here in the corner.
Okay, one is not, I'm 100% with you, because it is not a good thing or anything. I think it's something that I think should work well, which is going with very nice to graffiti and do that and something.
The reserve also, one time it
Yeah,
didn't.
Spontaneous, they're not spontaneous.
Ooh.
Okay.
I also have that.
I'm sure you know, I think
What would you call, for example?
it's routine, I think we understand each other, I think we know what we're talking about, but I don't know why I included myself, tend to call that spontaneous, while graffiti requires other previous work. That requires a lot
I
of.
see what you're talking
You
about,
know
but
what?
how do you unauthorized? Illegal?
No, I don't know, but you know,
I understand, but it's just a matter of choosing another word. To oppose to the
Yeah,
commission.
now you need to have very good vision or look at this big screen.
I look at my computer and.
But if you look here,
Yeah.
what's the file?
Oh,
And I'm talking.
it was this one.
This one? Okay, so I will copy to the desktop, right?
Yes, I just use spontaneous as an opposition to the program, to
Yeah.
the commission, the
I think
authorized.
because we understand each other, but I think we need to think about that.
Yeah.
But I had the same.
It's copying.
It's like, yeah, I'm on the street. I have a market with me. I can do that.
Yeah,
And it's
Do you have
nice.
videos and stuff, or
Something which,
it have videos
Yeah.
and stuff?
no, but it's, yeah, it's kind of a video.
Self-authorized.
It's very heavy.
It's opening,
For example,
hopefully.
it's the same with mindless vandalism. It has the same notion of, I'm drunk, I'm on the street, and now I smash everything. And to compare that to graffiti, where
Full
people
screen.
collect books and prepare and measure before and photographs and whatever, and put 3 people on the lookout and make it like an Ocean's 11, which many people do.
Operation.
Can you put it in rolling mode?
Rolling,
Does it have full screen and it will be?
I would disagree because it really depends on the artists on the local traditions, because there was so much
you open it in
street art
Keynote?
before graffiti writing was
Hmm?
invented, and
Yeah, and to
it
close
had
down.
impact on
My
many
problem is-
artists. And there was the
It's like this.
thing which we didn't know about.
It's in Keynote.
No, it's in
So-
PowerPoint.
But it's just.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was very good.
Open it in PowerPoint instead, otherwise it might
A
start.
lot. And
Because it was
I
Keynote
don't know,
from the
it might
beginning.
be Interesting for your
Mm.
case as well, like to
possible.
not just look at.
Yeah,
the
I think it
law,
is. I do not have
but also
PowerPoint.
look
I have
at,
open office.
How it's applied,
No, I
exactly.
I have
Because it's
information
because
about
on
that.
those street art and graffiti writers,
There's a gap.
they are specialists on the law. For
Yeah.
Germany,
I don't
for
know if you
example,
will get
you know that you
deformated
can't- It's
from
not
this.
allowed to paint
Then
on
use Keynote.
tiles of
Let's try it.
bridges, that these,
Let's see. Let's see.
Yeah,
Because I have made a stop motion.
But nobody.
300
will
pictures,
do it.
97 pictures, so they-
Nobody will
like half
follow
a second each.
there's
Select
been
Oh.
informal norms.
In
and
the
informal
PowerPoint?
Yeah.
regulations.
That's
Exactly,
crazy,
and
but
every city, or
okay.
every country.
maybe we can experiment in your computer. I think it will be easier.
Should I-
Does it work in your computer
Yeah, yeah.
already? Put in your computer. This is yours?
Yeah, that's mine.
I think it's the best because it's the same computer and everything. Let's try it.
Yeah, those who are online.
Ah, it's true. It's the Zoom session, right?
You get more faith if you,
Right.
if you do not.
I don't know how many we have
And
online
I
yet.
think they are,
It's
judges
taking
have a lot of,
very.
um, possibilities to go in one or other direction.
Mhm.
But I don't know how that would fit.
In my research, my only
Mhm.
the two sources of that kind of information is the number of official
Yeah, movie.
penalties on the goals.
It is in the
So
PowerPoint.
it's the two sources.
Animated.
That
But it,
part
It's a
of
video
the
inside?
regulation.
it's not a video.
because there's the
This is not
law and
correct
then there's the
format, or is-
application
Yeah,
of
they
law.
changed all the slides.
Levels of regulation.
It's not correct.
It's not correct.
Okay, so we close. We go for the keynote. I think it's the best.
That's so funny, because you see a train. and
The thing we could do
copyright,
to hack it
bear out
Is that you show
little things
I
where
show there,
there's how
and you
heavy
show-
the thing
I
is.
I entered the Zoom in the other side.
Yeah,
Not to
and
get,
that could be,
Okay.
a high penalty if they get.
Try to put
So they
there,
really-
yours.
Yeah.
It's like a dialogue.
and I have to.
Here in Portugal, it has easy to graffiti writing. Anything is super easy. I talked with a lot of people, they were super, I don't know if it's because I'm foreign and I'm not from there. So then I go away and it's like, I don't care what you define. One is to read it, she's Portuguese. Or if it's also something cultural, I don't know, I just thought it was really way easier to approach the illegal guys in Italy than it is here in Portugal.
This
It's
is you,
way more
right?
difficult. They are all very suspicious. They're like,
It's not the first.
fine.
Yeah.
It works well.
Yeah, it seems to
I've
be
met a
working.
few of
Okay,
them,
let's just.
not as many as it is.
Do you have internet here? It's an open.
But couldn't you just turn the,
Had a court case.
we
Yeah,
can hack
that
it like
We-
that
we
if it's
see
okay
all
for
these
those who
things.
are on.
But I talked once to
Take it's
the
yours.
German lawyer, we had like a.
Because otherwise it's not the new problem.
And the judge.
True.
who was dealing with it, very often, and they said, you can even be like some reverse graffiti when you, the character, if you remove dirt from a wall, you can still be punished, because you change the wall against the will of the owner. And that's also, if you in the car of somebody who doesn't like that,
And right,
but it's possible to get it, it depends on. But it is possible and it happens.
thank you for your,
Thank you,
suggestion. Thank you so much.
So let's go, Jacob. Yes, okay. Hi, everybody. Thanks for that super interesting presentation, Anna, which connects to some of the things that I will be talking to. I've I know I used a lot of slides, and this is a personal record. I have 297 slides that I put together. But bear with me, I will be quite short, and no, actually more than the 297 that each one will show in half a second. So it will be more of a stop motion movie than actual. So what I'm going to talk about is from the zero tolerance to controversial open walls, which is an ongoing project studying the policies and official discourses on graffiti and to some extent street art in my hometown Stockholm in Sweden. That I also wrote about this in my dissertation, has been ongoing. I've tried to leave it several times. It keeps dragging me back into the zero tolerance and looking at it. So now I would say that this is perhaps looking at the post zero tolerance discourse, and we'll get into that later. This will be more specific about the concept of an open graffiti wall. And I've been following two of them extensively for the last 6 years. So I visited these two walls more than 1,500 times and checking them out. And I've been interested of how, when, and to what the wall is used by the practitioners, and also how is the wall used by the municipality, and how is it treated by the municipality. And also a little bit, but this is not developed so much in this paper, what does the wall do with the space and what possibilities to be. So just briefly on the zero tolerance or nolltolerans in Swedish, it was the dominant discourse and policy on graffiti circa 1995 to 2014. And there's 4 cornerstones, which meant increased resources to removal of graffiti, stricter legislation and new methods in policing graffiti, prohibition of legal graffiti to a large extent, making it more or less impossible to do graffiti legally. And at the same time, propaganda linking graffiti writing with violence and drugs. So it's heightening of what Anna talked about as disorder, it was making it even worse. And it's similar to also to research on zero tolerance in the United States. Not also repressive, but also subculturally, creatively productive. And I presented 2 years ago on the case of the co-napping, which was a sculptural code that was kidnapped by 2 street artists. And one of the demands was that it should be that the municipality should open legal walls. So legal walls has been at the kind of in the center of the battle. The zero tolerance in Stockholm was de facto defunct in 2014 and officially abolished as policy in 2016. And also legal graffiti, I think this is changing a little bit, but when Kramer came with his work, Ronald Kramer, who presented yesterday, painting with permission, he pointed out that previous research in graffiti often tend to focus on illegal and resistant aspects of graffiti, and under researching legal graffiti to some extent. Open walls in this context is similar but not identical with local governmental sanctioned legal walls in Australia, and I assume similar to what Hugo talked about as free painting walls here in Lisbon. The open wall is open 24/7, and the painting of the wall may take place any time of the day. No precision is needed. Anyone writes on top of anyone, regardless of intention, format, skill, or prestige. Primarily, but not solely, style writing. So this is also a paper I presented on earlier here. So here we have the map of legalwalls.net of the Stockholm region. And you can see the spots here where the drops are the legal walls, or the legal spaces for legal graffiti and street art, you could say. And the 3 red ones are the municipality-run open walls. Then we have the Snösätra Hall of Fame that Christian talked about, which is more towards both street art and graffiti, and Siklaväggen, which is not an open wall. You have to apply for permission, but it's repainted on a temporary basis. And it's run by, both the 2 green ones are run by NGOs. And this should be considered that this is a region with about 2.5 million people living, and this is all the legal spaces that is. So it's quite small legal opportunities. And even if the zero tolerance has been abolished, this is still an issue of debate to some extent. Not in the last, but the previous election to that, this was a statement that you could, there was this testing, what party should you vote for? And the third out of 23 statements was abolish the municipalities' graffiti walls. You can see 4 parties was thinking that it was really, really good. This is something we should immediately do and get back to the zero tolerance. More or less all the right-wing parties. And then 2 parties thought it was a very bad proposal, as the left party and the feminist party. So it's still to some extent contested in 2018, and after this, the elective result ended in a status quo because both sides of this debate needed compromise. So the existing walls were left, but there was no more were supposed to be put up. And also, I put in another slide. So this is after the zero tolerance. This is an example of a neighboring municipality who also abolished the zero tolerance, Nacka, because I was reminded when Hugo and Anna was discussing about this kind of like tendency sometimes in the discourses to even further underline the differences between bad graffiti and good street art. And this was one example. So they presented they were making a street art festival, and they made this what they called old code or DNA versus new code DNA, and putting old code was, for example, struggle and rebelliousness, and the new code was peaceful and soft, and populous rather than protests against the bad in society, the populous instead of subculturally. So this is a very blunt case of that kind of like separation. So these 4 walls I've been studying 2, the Tanto wall and the Farsta wall, Farstaväggen, Tantoväggen. Just brief on them. So Tantoväggen, it was the first legal wall in the municipality. It was inaugurated in 2016. It has 2 sides, circa 18 meter long, 3 meter high. And the Farsta wall, it was inaugurated in May 2018. It also has 2 sides. So there's a little bit longer. And a big difference is that the Tanto wall stands on, it's a wooden wall, and it stands on poles, which also many pointed out in the beginning might have been because this was a test, and since it was on poles and a freestanding wall, it was possible to actually knock it down if they wouldn't like it. Otherwise, very difficult to make a legal wall illegal again. And that one is also in a park in the center of the city, while Farstaväggen is very remotely located, about 1 kilometer from the closest subway station, and this has some bearing. It was immediately recognized in the media as a success because the Tanto wall became painted all the time. It's painted so much that sometimes there's a queue waiting for people to paint over those who are at the moment painting. And this wall was, I waited for them to be finished. This is Cash Sweat from Denmark and Chaos, an old school writer from Sweden. And they painted this wall, and I waited for like 3 hours until they were finished, and I took the picture. And then at lunchtime, the day after, I came, and it was already 2 or 3 layers on top. So I was like, and then I realized this is not the way we represent these walls in social media is not the way they look, because they're constant flux. So then I decided to start this project of actually just passing by whenever I had the chance and take a picture of what it looked like at that specific moment. And in the beginning, people were starting to, yeah, you should wait until I'm finished. And I was like, well, that's the specific thing. I don't wait until you're finished, because all these pictures of these walls are when they're finished. But in public space, they are never finished. So I just continued. And I also decided to take pictures and post them on social media, on Instagram. And that was both for pushing myself a little bit to do it, and also to familiarize myself as a photographer in these spots, so that people would, after a while, know who I am. I'm just this crazy guy taking all these pictures of the wall, but they were like, so this is of course repeat photography or longitudinal photo documentation, but Susan Hansen that presented earlier has presented several times, but with a little bit of a difference. So I'm not focusing on the specific pieces, but on the process, since that is the way that it seems to function in the room where it is. So, and there's my field note. I said that I should try to take pictures, but as longest up till June 4th, but that was 5-6 years ago. Yeah, I just continued. I didn't listen to my own, so now I have too much photos. But I just got a dog in the same time, so there was a perfect walking distance. So I had somewhere to walk, and she seems to appreciate, not in this picture so much, but a lot of writers who paint the wall, they also bring their dogs. So there's a lot of dog smells around the wall. So it's information of interest for her as well. I later moved to another place. So then I started following the Farsta wall instead of the Tanto wall. So quite straight after I started following the Farsta wall, it was up for maintenance work, which was very interesting. So it was not the first time, but it actually said that we're going to do maintenance work on this wall. And this I posted online, and several people were like, I never thought, it was a happy surprise. I never thought that this would happen in Stockholm, that municipality actually spend money on maintenance work on a legal graffiti wall, because it's like completely out of the context. So you can see that I've scraped off the wall, the paint. This is actually from the previous one. So you can see the layers of paint. It's super thick. That's in my glasses, just to give some feeling, scale to it. So this is where they put it, and I spoke to the guy who was in charge of maintenance, and he said that they sent away more than 5,000 kilos of removed paint for destruction. And this wall had at the time been open for approximately 3 years. So is it really possible? So since it's number, let's break it down into numbers. So one standard spray can, 400 milliliter paint, is circa 350 gram, which makes somewhere between 15,000 and 12,500 spray cans that was used during these 3 years. One spray can, circa €5, so that's approximately 70,000 euros worth of paint spent on the wall. And the wall was inaugurated, as I said, in May. So that's 12,500 spray cans plus primers. So this might be a little bit less than, but most people don't prime the wall, they just paint the spray paint. So each spray can covers circa 1.5 square meters. So about there should be about 16 square meters a day painted, and that is definitely possible. So what I will show now to you is how the wall looks when I hope that this works. I have made a select documentation. It's like these months, it's all of the pictures on that specific wall that I took. I visited the wall 230 out of 336 days. So it's roughly, 4 days out of 7. It was more during the pandemic. We work at home. It's much easier to get to the wall. When you have to go 5 days a week to work, it's a little bit more difficult. I also been working in other cities. But and I hope that this will work now as a stop motion film that will be about 6 minutes long. Yes, seems to be working. So I've rendered this half a second. So each picture represents one of the visits, not necessarily different days. They can be several same day. As you might notice, also there's some building going on in the background. So in this year that will be finished, and the tower is coming down. So you see, even in the winter time, very cold winters, there's almost every day new pieces. There's of course more pieces in the summer, but I have less photos in the summer since I'm traveling more in the summer. So that's probably even more painted. Yeah, so behind this wall was also a abandoned football field that we tried to suggest. There's Roman who was scraping off the paint, by the way. We tried to convince them that they were painting so much that they should do the whole football field into a legal graffiti place. But since this deal between the right-wing parties and that couldn't happen. Instead, they made actually renovated a new football field behind it. And there are in Stockholm, I checked, 154 open football fields, and there are 4 legal walls, and they had to place this new one just next to one of the 4 municipality-owned open walls. So, and it became a lot of conflicts also, because when they renovated, they used the space for the wall a lot to put building materials and stuff, so they actually blocked off the wall for long parts of the time. Here you can see they started building here, the football field. Here they're building as well.
Did you put a mark on the floor to?
There's 2 roads meeting there, so I stand in the one corner. So I get but it's not perfect, but it's good enough, I think. It jumps a little bit.
What would you think would be the average? How long does a piece last in this type of?
I mean,
days, week?
on the Tanto wall, I saw a piece last for more than a week, but more, I would say, in the wintertime, 2 days, perhaps. In the summertime, at max 12 hours, I would say. So it's constantly painted over. So, and it doesn't matter the quality. Sometimes I'm surprised. And now in the end, you start to see that it started to become much more silver pieces. And that's because it was possible earlier to drive up to the wall with a car. And people came from all over the city, a lot of middle-aged riders with a lot of paint with the cars. But since they opened the football field now, all the football fathers and to some extent mothers started to using that. And they were usually 30 cars at the time. So they suddenly started to destroy the whole area with the cars. So the municipalities decided to block off the roads. So you can't go in with the car anymore. And then it's more local people and people who go from further away. They bring silver because you don't have to carry so much paint. So it's really not, it's obviously that the municipality doesn't really, I mean, they accept the wall, but they don't really care about it. I also looked at the planning for this when they started building this football field, and they mentioned the wall in passing as existing scribble board. And it's existing as in, is quite often in that kind of document is something that could be removed, preferably removed. So it was, I know this year. So now you can see the football field is opened and the gate is closed. It's nice photos though. With the Opel, yeah, he's a local writer, I think, and here, somebody suggested I should drive up an Opel car instead of put in front of the wall. And people started joking. They tried to rename the wall to the Opel wall instead of the Farsta wall. So it's, here was, sorry.
No, this is your presentation.
No, but feel free, yeah.
The writers who use these walls are the same that then they're gonna paint illegally somewhere else. Is there like a division of like writers who only paint illegally in other type of walls, and here is more about style because you can like chill out, have more time, more pressure. How did you know you have an observation?
I mean, I haven't looked at it because I follow these walls, and it would also be. There are people who paint both these walls illegally, obviously, And that's why I also never tag anybody in my photos, because I don't want people to be identified. And there were some people asked, I say, you can tag yourself if you want. And then some people showed me, so that was 297 pictures in 6 minutes. So yeah, so some people say, yeah, could you, and then I looked at their account and they had train pieces and stuff, and they were on the pictures when they painted. So I was like, it's not a good idea my account is completely open. You should not tag yourself, and I will not tag you in this. Yes, but since I am not, this is not, I mean, I think it's an interesting way of, I'm not a quantitative researcher, I'm an art historian, and I look at specific features. So what I'm going to end up at the end of this presentation is talking about differences between these massive amount of pictures and 3 specific pictures, what I refer to with W.A.T. Mitchell's concept, meta pictures, as pictures that are discussing legal walls. I think I skipped this because, yeah, so meta pictures is pictures about pictures that refer to themselves or to other pictures used to show what a picture is, pictures that are capable of providing a second order discourse to tell us, or at least show us, something about pictures. W.A.T. Mitchell used that in 1983 and developed it further in 2005. And he used this, one of the pictures he used is this Egyptian life class by this Alain, I think it's the French. And this is also used by Gombrich, the famous art historian, to talk, but Gombrich uses it to talk about the strangeness in Egyptian art and that they could not see anything that the visual formula. Mitchell's point, which he thinks also is what makes this comic funny, is to point out this social construction of the hegemonic Western pictorial traditions, that they are also culturally constructed, and they demand different types of visual technology. Like obviously, that was painting illusionistic central perspective. This was not what Egypt art was up to. He also talks about Las Meninas by Diego Velázquez as a meta picture. So his point is that meta pictures is not a specific category of pictures, but an aspect in certain pictures that in various ways, this is my interpretation, reflect upon themselves or other pictures or pictorial cultures, regimes, or relationships between signs, like, for example, relationships between text and image. So for him, this is Las Meninas is a painting about classical painting, for example. So the artists that I'm looking at is Max Gustafsson and Jex. So Max Gustafsson is a comic artist, makes a lot of satirical drawings, and Jex is a more traditional graffiti writer. But Max has his background in graffiti. This is one of his comics. This is referencing the battle between Andrew Tate and Greta Thunberg, when Andrew Tate was posting pizza in a reference to Greta Thunberg, and the police could find where he was because of identifying the pizza boxes. And Jex is the other artist, is a graffiti writer, style writer. And this is actually the picture is from a joint production that is, I would say, a meta picture. This is a picture about what Lachlan and McDowell would call Insta fame. So this is a picture that, so they realized they just finished the piece and they realized that they have to raise it 5 centimeters because Instagram demands 1080 versus 1080 pixels. So that, and this is of course not specifically related to legal walls, but or rather not exclusively related to legal walls, but specifically because since they are left for almost no time, the main medium for legal walls is actually Instagram. So this is his picture. Interestingly enough, also their piece on a legal wall, this is a Snösätra, is not, of course, adjusted to Instagram, but paradoxically adjusted to other reproduction formats. I think that this is pretty much perfect for a photo op. So you can see that, and this is quite common at the legal walls, that you frame your piece as it would be perfect for a photo, not as it be perfect in relation to the other pieces. So it's really not site specific, but rather reproduction specific. So this is another of the pieces, and this is, I thought I haven't had the time to really do the analysis, so I thought we could end up by doing it together a little bit, so in some interaction here, and I can just describe them briefly. So this is, you can see that this most likely is the counter wall that they're depicting. It's not on the counter wall, but in another space, but you can see the poles, and it's also a lot of criticism was on the counter wall that it was located in an area that was known for being fringy, in the sense that there were a lot of people with drug problems that were hanging out in that area. And there was also a lot of people I talked to was into conspiracy theories that was put there to actually could validate the claim that graffiti would lead to drug abuse and stuff. But I mean, I think they thought that it was just a place that was not so attractive to, they could put it there. So they're depicting this, and since it's an open wall and anybody can paint over anyone, and it usually is, so that's what's happening here. Jex is here painting his wall, and he says, "What are you doing?" And the guy here with the hip hop with guy with the Adidas tracksuit says, "So what? This is an open wall, so anybody can paint on it." So this is how they envision. So this is a kind of satirical meta pictures on the visual cultures or the cultures of the open walls. And I would say that it also depicts a kind of conflict or dilemma that actually graffiti writers see their work as single autonomous objects, works with artistic integrity that should be respected and not written over, especially not by just random things. So this is the dilemma built into this idea that anybody could use the wall. Following this, they did another one same year where they took it even further. So this is another wall, and it says the public wall. So they don't use the term open wall, the public wall. And then they say public flogging for toyish scribblers upon burners. And then you see that this is actually the same guy who's getting beaten up by the public for having. So I guess you can read this several ways. I mean, you could read it as a threat, actually, or that this is what some people deserve. I prefer to see it as a fantasy of violent revenge for the destruction and the hope of popular, appeal for such revenge, that they should revenge. So that's the walls. I don't know if I have any time. I have the conclusions, but does somebody want to say something about these meta pictures? Are you agreeing with me that this is meta pictures?
Yeah,
Are these comics translated?
No.
You should translate them.
Yeah, but they're painted on walls. So this is actually on the Sickla wall, the private wall. So they are painted. So that's I trust. Yeah. So that's and they're reflecting upon the situation of the open walls. So yeah.
Actually, it's interesting because it's not graffiti language.
No.
It's not toy style. It's not the character style typical from graffiti.
No.
It's cartoon. It's like the language of cartoon,
Yeah.
comic strip, this kind of. And that's interesting at some level.
Yeah, yeah. He is a satiric cartoonist, I would say. He makes a lot of political satire. That's his normal. A lot of from left-wing perspective criticism. Max Gustafsson, but he has a background in graffiti, which gives them quite unique, because because you see other cartoonists, but they don't have the spray technique that he actually has. So he combines his background in graffiti with his profession as a cartoonist.
Yeah, you can tell it's related to.
Yeah.
The style writing, it's from his own.
That's the Jex, it's the other. So they are two people working together. So and the first one I showed, this one, yeah, this is just like 3 weeks old. So I came across when they were painting in Snösätra because I'm following Snösätra as well a little bit, but I'm going there like once or twice a month. So I'd never met Max Gustafsson before, but it was very nice.
They are meta pictures, but in fact they are not connected with the space.
No,
They are connected with the space because it's a wall,
yeah,
not
they connect with the discourse of that space rather than the spatiality of the space.
exactly.
Yeah, that's right. That's good. I should write that down. For my, thank you. That was good. That's a good pointing out. Yeah, so they are, and that's what I meant with that. It has this kind of like, but it's typical for the league. I take photos also of the individual pieces, and it's quite typical that those who are more ambitious, they actually cut their pieces like frame.
Part of the meta picture.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So, yeah. So let's wrap it up.
Yeah.
So the conclusions, I would say that the zero tolerance has turned into post-zero tolerance, where previous dominant discursive structures and stereotypes produced within zero tolerance prevails and hamper development of legal graffiti initiatives. I would say that if it wouldn't be graffiti, these walls would have been multiplied within months, because the municipality looks for that kind of successful project that actually really people are using the municipalities. So they would probably be 40. It might be 154 open walls. Sorry?
Why?
Because of that, the zero tolerance, both among what you talked about as prejudice, I think both among official servants, they were like going against it, and also several of the political parties want back the very repressive zero tolerance with no legal alternatives. So the open walls are extremely popular in terms of use, and they're used by various citizens. No permission is needed, as I said, and anyone writes on top of anyone. So I came there a couple of weeks ago, and two young girls were with their sibling, I assume, was playing football on the football field, and they were looking for scrap cans, and they started painting over this burner with the scrap can. But I didn't say anything. I was like, "Oh, could you let me take a picture before you think?" Because it is an open wall, so and I'm not there to school them. So, but it's primarily, but far from solely used by style writers. So it's used by everybody. At the same time, the populace is still controversial in at least two ways. They're criticized primarily by right-wing politicians from an anti-graffiti standpoint, but they're also criticized by at least some writers for not respecting the artistic hierarchies and unwritten rules of subcultural graffiti, very much due to the very same popularity. So it's the popularity that is also making a problem here. And it's also suggests, I would say, a built-in dilemma between graffiti as ephemerality and it is more the meta pictures, I would say, and as a single autonomous object, works of art with artistic integrity, and that should be respected and not written or painted over. Thank you.
In terms of questions and dialogue, we had already pretty much. I don't know if somebody else wants to. So we have a short moment for Javier prepared his stuff. Where are you, Javier? You are here. And so, but it's just like, don't go away from the building. You can go here to this. Smoke a cigarette, but talk like for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then we go for the panel of the
Oh, yeah, show me. Raise.
John May, you have Jacob here. You can make your question.
Yeah.
Yeah, hi Jacob, magic work as always. Yeah, in fact, it's not a question. Maybe it's just a comment. So
Yeah.
for me, this kind of legal walls are probably the best sample of the evolution, maybe the transformation of the traditional subculture to the actual post subculture.
Yeah.
Because they are decodifying lots of codes. They are changing the traditional codes. So for me, it's really crazy that some I want to use the word toy, but some youngster go over go over chaos, go over sweat, go over eggs, and the pieces lives just 3 hours. I see what I see. I know what this is because in Barcelona we have some walls that are really, the function is really close. But this is it's a crazy thing. It's a decodifying of the graffiti subculture.
Yeah, they're outside of the discourse, but I see them as interesting in a way, and fascinating when you start following them. But of course, they are outside of the control of the writers to a large extent, especially when there's only 4 of them in Seoul, such a big city.
Yeah.
Fairly big city at least. Yeah, but it was a good comment. I could.
Thank you.
Thanks. So, yeah.
I was at this conference in 2017.
Yeah.
And there was this woman, the ICA in London.
Yeah.
Ollie Walker was there. I just talked to him, but he doesn't remember as well. Susan was there.
Yeah.
And there was a woman, and she presented a paper on repeat photography. And Susan said,
Yeah.
"Oh, that's great. I have to take this
Oh, yeah.
film." So I have to look it up, but it's not by Susan. She
Yeah.
used this very longitudinal.
But she is used to repeat also.
Later
Yeah,
she
yeah,
used that,
yeah.
but it's
There's
by
another-
somebody
yeah,
else.
Good. I should.
That was one thing, and the other thing, I didn't find it yet, but I read it that already Braschai went back to the same walls and after 15 years or something,
Okay,
and re-photographed
Oh,
this, how it would have changed, but I couldn't find both photos.
Okay,
I'm not
that's interesting.
But it's interesting how long this has been done.
Yeah.
And another thing which is more like a story, I heard of an artist not long ago.
Big cigarette.
Yeah.
Could you join me out?
There was this.
Yeah. Well, that's the option. How far
Oh, yes.
Make yourself really like if you were doing push-ups on the floor. But that's something I never did. Exactly, but you had to start there, so you make a sacrifice. And you take 1 month, you're alive. And then you can maybe buy the scholarship for the PhD. You get the project. You said you could transfer, right? No. Okay. Yeah, I'll get it. So our his cards are gone. So yeah. Did you cancel them? Yeah, I think he went through and canceled them. Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's the most important thing. Yeah. But yeah, he has a cash card, so he's trying to don't worry about that. You can worry about that later. You get my email and then you solve it. Yeah. Don't worry about it now. That's not the priority. Just wanna make sure take off yeah, I have some, but he has like the cash and the part that doesn't. Those skinny guys and their layer. They feel cold because those are into the bones. They have the skin and then they have the punch of it. Qué bonito. Your presentation yesterday reminded me of a couple that used to be here in Lisbon protesting against something just judicial injustice, something like that, in an old case, and they would go every day to the same place in front of the Constitution Court with a huge billboard handwritten with all the things that happened during the whole years. And the couple. No, it was some court case where they lost. I think they lost like, I don't know. Some people say it was not as they were thinking because they had mental issues. I'm not sure. But every day they would go, every day, they took the same bus for years and years, decades. They would go to that place, mount the whole thing, and then at 5 p.m. they would dismount and go home. Yeah. Sometimes I catch the same bus with them, and they were, now I'm not sure if they still are there, but I don't think so. But for many, many years they would do that. Open the big. More or less, yeah. It was really weird.
For example, when he tends to make copies of copies in all this time.
And copies of the show.
Yeah, copies of the show, photocopies of the copies.
Copies of the show. He now has four
And
in the
photocopies,
show.
and then photocopies
In the show.
so it's meta reality, actually. The meta show.
Claro, y él tiene fotografías puestas de lo que
Y la fotografía los fotocopia, ¿no? También copista. O sea,
no, porque es hermoso que la ayuda y la
The lights, the projection.
eso es un poco lo
no, también a mis más.
yo le digo, cuando puedes fotografía, una vez como siempre lo dice, oye, tú crees que hará fotocopia de esto, todo lo hizo, no, pues, y el video
Es que eso es otra era, no sé, yo creo que es otra evolución, o sea, son dos generaciones.
sí, después para mí de película. Sí, yo creo que va
The guy was always dressed like this. They were super tired, like if he's working in an office and the woman always super well dressed. Every day for more than 20 years, they were there. It's really, yeah. They would go every day, yeah, they would go every day, and then every day they updated the number of days. It's hand painted, yeah. And he was always like this sweet tie, and she was always, they dressed like if they were working in an office.
It appears a photo from, I don't know, 90s or 80s.
But I was living in this area in 2012, and they were still there. So when it rained, they put the plastic.
Looks like,
All the
Okay.
thing.
If you find two more, we can do look from the chest.
Super weird.
yeah, the aesthetics is similar to, I usually know in the cases, the pain in Malaga, but the.
Probably when, this is probably when they started. Super cool.
But I really like the appearance. of
Yeah.
the- Yes, because it's like a different.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Then they,
Manila is like-
and then they have, yeah, they have this, years and at least 16 years.
Wait. Señal Okay, Manuel.
It was already like, and then they just read from that, so. And they was found,
What the fuck?
Against himself.
No, you cannot move. Okay. Okay. Ahora.
It's
already on you. Ah, okay.
There's also a connection, those.
Just to say that I'm trying to make it possible, that is, to take you free for us to be trying to attend the thing that's on. I had them, I was there.
Yeah, in the LX.
Yeah. The last entry on Twitter will be at 6:30. So, we need really to try the time. And, so yeah, that's it, actually. I do not have a buzz.
Yeah.
So no, it's not dinner, it's an exhibition, the exhibition that has. Are you been already? So you're going then? I was expecting that we try to go there, no. Did you went there? Yeah. How was it? It's all right. It's all right. Okay. Like for me, it's nothing new. It's Martha Cooper photos in this size. And a few installation rooms, like they made like little rooms for in the whole space they constructed elements, which different with different stuff.
Because it's not inside the program of the conference. I didn't know if we would be like going there as a group or not. I'm just saying that people who didn't went there and want to go, they have the opportunity to go until 6:30.
It's today more expensive than in the US. It's 15 euros.
Yeah,
I paid
13 on the day.
on normal day.
But anyway, if we reach 20, I think we can get a discount. But we will not reach. We will ask people. Okay, Javier. We can move on.
Okay.
I will take a photo to separate. I don't know if you know Javier, but he will present himself, I think.
Okay.
And he's the latest work around the conference and fair, right?
Okay. Thank you, Pedro. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Pedro, as always, for putting together this. And this year, I wanted to take the opportunity to present these new publications that we published very recently for the TAC conference. This one. I made this to most of you. Big one here. You don't have one. This was last week in Hamburg. We had the fourth, actually, only TAC conference in 7 years. And this was the biggest one. And we did in this proper museum with collaboration with local big important university. And they have these academic bodies inside dedicated to written artifacts or written cultures, things like that. And they have research projects for historical graffiti. And they are incorporating now also research projects about contemporary tagging, graffiti. So they were really happy. This happened because there's this exhibition in Hamburg going on right now called Eine Stadt wird bunt. A city becomes colorful. And it's a huge exhibition, very ambitious, very good. They did this huge book about the early history of graffiti in Hamburg in the 80s and 90s. And it was so successful that the local history museum, a big important one, offered the opportunity to translate that into an exhibition. So they did a very, very good one. And the exhibition has a long program of events. And among the events, the two main events have been the Unlock Book Fair that I also run. You have stickers around here. That was 1 month ago, more or less. And then the TAC conference as more or less the closing event in the program. So we started this conference in 2017 to create the space for the discussion of graffiti, but in particular of tagging, which we felt was not paid enough attention to in academic conferences. So yeah, it was a success, and we kept going on with the same call for papers pretty much. And we always get new stuff. There's a lot that can be talked about from people, and we have merged the pretty active scene of academics studying historical graffiti that has been going on for decades, but it's become much more busy in the past like 10 years, which is pretty much the same as in our field. But these two fields were working in parallel, and then this was actually the first time when there was a space created for both. And the thread is the written names, the tag, and that works pretty well, pretty good as a thread that we can follow in both fields. The written name is in the historical graffiti and in the contemporary graffiti, and also in many other crazy smaller graffiti cultures that we have started to know about more and more because of the conference. Local tagging, often rural traditions in all over the world. Maybe centuries old, maybe something from the 20th century that's already disappeared. And we are not sure actually how old it was really. So a lot of interesting things going on. And so with the Unlock Book Fair and the TAG conference, we always try to not only create the space for things to happen, but also to ourselves push forward and make it, try to push research forward. So we have published things in the past, and this year we came up with this TAG Spotlight series of publications. The wire here is not working well. Let's see. Yeah, it's a matter of trying.
But its screen is working already.
Ah, it was that. Oh, sorry. So, yes, TAG Spotlight. So the idea is to have this small format, and it's only visual information, really. It's only pictures, mostly full page, full spread, or full page as well. So it's a visual artifact. And the idea was to, in each of the publications, have a very narrow focus that would allow to get a lot of detail, but on a pretty narrow subject. So it's a vessel for people to contribute to. And, in this first batch, we published these 4 volumes you can see here. Each of them is totally different to each other. So yes, this is the first one. This is very interesting. This archivist, Mike Del Mar. This is a young person from the US who publishes on Instagram pictures of all the graffiti tags from New York, the very early era of tags, of which there is not a lot of documentation. There's people who are digging around archives, trying to find pictures that show that. And not only graffiti archives, of course, they go into any kind of historical archives, for example, of New York, and then go through hundreds of pictures to find the one that has an interesting tag in it, like that. So this is what they call rogue archivists. See there? Rogue archivist. So yeah, these people work in a very informal way. They work online. And they publish online under pseudonyms, on Instagram. So it's no problem to use any kind of pictures with any. No, they don't mention the source at all. They don't care. Their public don't care. And they don't care about rights and all of that. So we tried, I reached out to him because at the TAG conference, we are always trying to have these other kinds of researchers that are working in our field, but are not, they don't even know this is happening, So we have to reach out to them. And it's always like the best content. But many times you have to guide them because they don't know. But other times it's like the best presentation. First time speaking in public, anything can happen. But this guy in particular, he was pushing for using difficult pictures that could mean legal problems, And then we considered that. We had actually this is like the 4th try in different scenes. We finished actually, And then we figured out, no, this is too risky. And then he said, okay, I have this collection of pictures that are actually public, commons. Because they were produced, as you said before, as you saw before, taken for the government. This is just a public survey. It's part of a huge decades-long public survey of all kinds of public infrastructure. And so this time they captured this elevated line that was going to be demolished. Yeah. And so these are like very high quality pictures that you can check online. So you have this, for example. Pretty picture. all these are gorgeous, wide and negative kind of pictures. Huh? But then this interesting thing is like, okay, so here, okay, we have a Sony tag, important name. And it's like that all the time, you know. So I had to convince the guy that this was also interesting because it was all about framing the tags, you know. But I said, like, if you frame the tags, it's not so interesting. But this, as a document, historical document, etc., it's very interesting. And there's a lot of people who will be interested in this. Let's do this. And yes, it sells. Maybe you have to get a more nerdy, intellectually inclined kind of graphic public, like you have at Unlock. But this is more like an American young guy, different. You know. So I won't show you more pictures because what I will show you now is a video that he produced as that goes along with the printed volume. And it's just what I did, just zooming in and panning and looking for the tiny tags in the pictures. So let's move ahead to the second tag, Spotlight. And this is very interesting. François Chastanet, you may know about him. He's very important in our field. He's the guy who has been focused on studying those local tagging cultures that nobody before had taken the trouble to study seriously. So he did the first book about Pixa-Sao from Sao Paulo back in 2008, something, or 6 even. He was here in the country. Yeah, he's one of us, and he's like an architect and typographer working in France. And he was a very important trained writer, very progressive one in late 90s. But not many people in our field know that. So he studied the Pixa-Sao, then he studied the Cholo writing, the LA gang writing. So next for him would be Philadelphia hand styles, which is another local tradition that has its own everything. And so far, there's no serious study of it. There's bits here and there, but this is the first time that I have actually been able to see a group of pictures and the translation. You know, I was before I was never able to make out what they said. And this is, of course, if you don't have that, you have no access to the culture at all. You only see scribblings, you know. Just look at that LSD. Okay, so the letters open at the bottom. Oh, okay. You need that kind of hint. And this is the arrow, typical Philly arrow. So we needed a focus. He was there with a grant in the spring, and his research on the whole thing. Very important research he's doing, and he will hopefully publish in a big book. But for this, we wanted to, I said, okay, let's do something like a teaser of your research, but we need a focus, a very narrow focus that can get enough detail of something that has some meaning and give some perspective. You know? So he said, like, okay, you know what? They have these tarps, you know, this shitty kind of tarps, you know, they have in places, and they are everywhere in the city because there's a building all around. So, and they tag on them all the time, and they buff the tarps. Because they buff the tarps like daily, because they buff the city all the time. It's crazy. And the people are very active. So he said, okay, let's focus on the dark Philadelphia pages. So he was even able to get like this, you know, an idea of how it unfolds. But most useful is the translation. This is just a small snippet of what's out there, you know, but that's the goal of this format, you know, to get a very narrow focus with a lot of detail and enough perspective to, from there, research on your own. And this is like for a specialized public to get way more specialized, you know. But you don't need a lot of specialization actually to get here in this text. You have all the hints you need, you just Google it. Sorry.
No, I would add to this, it's very, well, not popular, but very specific, we call it a Philly hand,
Yes,
Philly hand.
the Philly hand,
Which is the one that.
the tall hand.
Whips. There's on YouTube, there's a movie, I think it's almost 2 hours of Philly hands, and it also shows the writers, many are females, and they explain why they do it, and they're all angry, actually.
Yeah, apparently,
Yes, and they really stand by it, like, no, I will be throwing my Philly hand till I die, stuff like that. Yeah, very interesting.
it's a local culture. They don't necessarily care about New York tradition of graffiti. No?
No.
Like in Sao Paulo or in Monterrey or wherever there is a local culture that was able to keep going when the New York tradition arrived. And often what you have is the two traditions developing in parallel and overlapping to some extent, influencing each other to some extent. Yeah. So yeah, this is an intro to all that. So yeah, this is what here you have the explanation, and it says he documented the present state. He was adamant that we should point that out because this is in decadence, apparently. This is not as good as it used to be. You know, so this is a snapshot of the present state of this venerable tradition of decades. So it says, the old Philadelphia hands, from the simple prints to the wickets, and there are the tall hands, the stiff hands, and several others, but it's like, okay, 2 is enough here, just hints. You Google it, and then you find about the other ones. And there is a mix of all of them here. Like there was no intention to actually, you know, it's not that we don't have that much space, but you can find that out yourself, you know, from what you get here. So you get another crispy LSD tag. Just look at that. The L with this. Stupid. The A. Am I taking too long? Yes, I think so, because we want to watch a nice video. Okay. So very quickly, the other 2 were produced by our beloved Hitzerot publishing house and bookstore from Berlin, and they co-published all of the volumes. They paid for the printing, they made them possible, and they did all the photo correction, pre-printing, sent it to print. That's why they look so good. And they contributed the content. There are 2 persons, each of them to the last two volumes. So Sasha Blaché is, they say here, you have the hints here. It's a photographer and freight spotter. What's a freight spotter? Now you know. It's a person who spots the pieces on the freight trains. Yeah? Okay. So he has plenty of pictures of freight trains. So what could the focus be? You know. So he said, okay, let's have only pieces by Delta, this guy. He has this series of pieces on this particular type of train, which is not the most attractive for graffiti, but he found a way to make very good use of it. And he paints loads of them. It's like you spot them for sure. You know? And he's been going on for years with this. And he's a very old school writer and very rich artist. I mean, expensive artist at least. And he's taking the trouble to do this all the time. So these are pictures only of this series and taken only from one spot, particular spot. So this is, yeah, that's a focus. So it puts a viewer in this particular yard, in this particular time frame, and this is the Delta pieces that were there to be seen.
So we can go back to the other presentation where we discussed spontaneity. Yeah, it was so spontaneous. This is well planned.
Yeah, this is an art project. This is an artist.
And I think he just publishes himself the sketches of.
No, he's preparing a book, but he was happy about this teaser. Yes, he published a book only about the sketch work, which ran out. We presented it at the fair in 2018, when it ran out very quickly. He's extremely respected, and this one, like everybody wants it. So yeah, and the next one is, this was the jewel of the four. This is Oz. Of course, we had to do one of them about Oz because we were in Hamburg. Oz is the poster boy for the thing. You know about Oz, this crazy outsider guy, you know. Yeah. Let's see the short introduction because it's like, yeah, tells most of it really.
He died during tagging by.
He was run over by a train. He's all over. Like, you see the city tag up there? Okay. No, it's actually back. No, here. No, it's just like back, upside down. So his work is everywhere. He was like working for, like crazy for decades, like going out and getting busted several times a night. Don't care, you know, going for jail back and forth for graffiti. You know? And he was a folk hero. He was very famous, and he died 9 years ago, and you see a lot of it. But the thing is that most people know about this more nice, colorful, abstract things he did, but he did a lot of tagging, a lot. And this one people know, okay? But then the idea with these photographers from Hitzrot who contributed this content was to make people aware of the wealth of other lines of work in tagging that he developed for decades. Like these scribbles, like with some kind of grease thing. There's many of them. Yeah. The Hitzrot team gave a presentation about this last week, and they showed pictures of the city just to get an idea. It was insane. They showed a picture of like a random wall with like many small things, and maybe you see one Oz, and then they, when this subsequent in the following slide, they marked all the things, and there were like many like 19 or things like that in one like 4-meter wall, you know, of the different eras, different names, some faded out, some just scribbled. Yeah. Very crazy. This people know more, but there's a wealth of stuff he did. This is more close to who he is. Colorful murals, line work this time. Insane. So I asked the contributors to produce a film that would go together with the publications. And so we had a film from two of them, from Mike Delmar, as I mentioned, and from Francois Chastanet, because as part of his research, he has been doing very neat documentation of the hand styles on paper. So we have an excellent video that we can watch. Let's watch that one first. And then the Mike Delmar, which is the longer and like the more moody. Do we have sound, by the way?
I just share it with people at home because I know people are.
Okay. Actually, yeah, I guess we should
Is the video online?
cut this soon. This cannot be public.
Only just make like this. Sorry, people.
Okay. Okay, because I'm not sharing or anything, of course. Of course. Okay, so this is the recording. So this is ballpoint pen on school notebook, right? And this is how they do. As Chastanet described, and he showed pictures. Their environment for the practicing their calligraphy is that, and then big bags of weed and guns, you know, on the table. Apparently, it's tough. He had a very hard time to get all these pictures. You know? It's like apparently like drug addict on the streets everywhere. Like you cannot go into the subway. It's crazy apparently. So, yeah, you have to look out for the written information. It's in the top left corner because he wanted to make it not intrusive, so it's very small and it disappears. But it there you can see the written name, what's going to be written, and the particular hand style, whether a wicked, a tall hand.
People are saying that they are only seeing your table.
Yes, yes, yes. That's because this is that cannot be made public yet.
Ah, okay.
So there's no sound to this one. This is like 3 minutes. Yeah, very much. The smiley is even not like open, totally open smiley. As a crazy smiley, Philly smiley with long eyes.
So it's the researcher recreating those.
Yeah.
It's always the original artist.
That's good.
Ah,
It couldn't possibly.
yeah.
We started to figure this out.
He's a calligrapher himself, right? Shatan? So maybe he will be eventually able to reproduce this after a lot of studying.
I don't think I don't think he wants to. I mean,
I mean, if he could, I mean, if he wanted to.
no, he's more a typographer more than a calligrapher, a type designer.
It must be possible to write all the specifics.
I mean, but what he does is a calligraphic study. He then breaks down the letters forms and the flourishes and the things like he did with the Pisasao or with the Cholo graffiti. I mean, he presented some of those readings of some of the calligraphic studies he's been doing on this thing, on these traditions. He presented some at the New York conference that we did like a month ago or something. And it was brilliant. It looks very, very good. So this was very short. So to finish, this is like a 10-minute video. It's Moody one, but it's nice. So this is the video of Mike Del Mar did with the high-res pictures, like focusing on the tiny tags and all that.
This is also not published.
This is not published now. It will be eventually good. So Super Move one. So what's the sound? Okay. Let me see if I can do something to get the sound through the HDMI. sound is very small. Okay. Actually, a short version that I asked Tim to prepare for these events, which bring back to something I'm not prepared. But actually, yeah, with all the pictures, like 45 minutes long, we will publish it in action online. For those who, The part is not public, we want to say. This is actually December 73, the only reason before. But the tax, much of the tax, I think, according to that part, it's already spring. Yes, sir. And you get very famous names. There's some names that famous names that from getting up, names of which I have seen no picture yet. What the writer mentioned in the book on the first wave, for the first wave, 1771. Yeah, it's a movie. We actually mentioned this. Doesn't really care about it, right? We asked for this other version for context of my installation. Installed the it should be like understand some very I mean, it's not apparent that the facts are there in most of it. You know, actually that those who are like it's important to support this. Yeah. Okay. When I was trying to write the back cover text, I have to be very short and not use the term as precise as possible because it's in the short box. And I said, how should I call this? And I thought, okay, this is low. This size is low pirates. I thought, okay, it's good. Low advanced. This is the thing. Reason for it. Because there's people doing these things in other subcultures. And they're very valuable because they're the only ones who take the trouble to find their thing. Because we regular academics, you usually find a reason to go that deep, and you have all the rights and all that.
it's like their obsession that they focus on, whenever I want to do something. The problem in the library is that, yes, I mean, competing on Instagram, when I do this stuff and more on Instagram, they're finding stuff great. Like, he sent me this video from some news reel. From the insights, from James, super early guys like phase 2, stay high, you know, inside the very shitty, like very like the kids, you know. When it's not the picture, it's like minutes of running inside. So yeah, we have to support the rock archivists. We have already more or less people, good people, rock archivists before as a member of the TAC complex. Like we reach out to basically Instagram, today's Instagram. But many of them take a lot of time and find, you know, or maybe we have one guy who documented scratch graffiti on the bricks of Budapest. Apparently the bricks of Budapest are easily scratchable, having historically. And so he spends like hours even looking after, looking into the names and the person that archaeologists of historic graffiti do that a lot. They use that to find information.
Or that was, you know, the ground, they have
Yeah, they want.
the one, that's another type of art.
Yes. Yeah, we have that one. Like you said, of course, is that to say? Yeah, this is the one I mentioned. You see the AMRL? Is it AMRL? That's a very famous guy from Vietnam. I think that's a picture. Bama is the same guy. You're there as well. Some is taken from now, or is also contemporary with the. He does this in stone. I think it's a flip. So it was like, I was like, please do this. I mean, this has been heavily mentored. And he was, okay, I'll do it. And then he made it better and better. And I was, no, I'm working on the phone. But if you can just imagine with the soundscape, I know. And what I mean is probably it's different 1970, cool to find the authentic soundscape. That's what he does with the music. Yeah. Right? He usually uses music. Yeah. Yeah. Probably the Bama is one of the pictures. Probably recognize the picture to the sound it would be was so hard with sound sound. Yeah, we need to. Yeah, that's not much sense. Let him finish. 1 minute. But after this movie, you're, yeah. Yeah. It's heavy. With the center for this time. No. The thing you bring us is very heavy and profound in the sense of the kind of knowledge. It's very deep on the idea. We're now in a position now. You can leave. And it's interesting that we found this Hamburg guys that are studying this kind of similar approach, but with other angles, right? And this is very, very good to see that this match is coming up. Yeah, when we did the first TAC conference, it was new. We have space for historical and contemporary architecture. It was kind of let's try it. Yeah, let's try it. Actually, it was like initially it was a bit new. You were there for conversation. You came up with the name. Yeah. We were like, do we actually have enough interesting things about contemporary Italian? And that's when the idea came up. Okay, let's have an issue. So there's a lot of that. We not always have that. Let's see. And we have independent people.
This year we have very little historical thing. We have a regular content, regular academics that they find minor, like Isabel here, minor graphic novel traditions, like I explained earlier, more than actually going to Pompeii on the digital time. The people regularly do have budget for. So yes, but since then it's not so rare anymore. And as I said, this the university had already the thing going on, this mix, and so that's why they were happy to have us. Okay, let's go. Any questions so far?
Yeah, thank you so much.
So we don't have much time. We can have questions.
Really professional work. Deep.
Bertrand, where are you? Yeah.
Come. It's your moment, and then after or at the same time, Tamara and the Rui, they are also. Bertrand is, I think he's going to present himself and his works.
I have a PDF and some video. Maybe I can use this one. Or...
This is from Javier.
I have video. If I can have the sound also there, that would be great.
Okay, I will try. Probably will work. But
USB, I'll put it here. Yeah.
Okay, so
I will need to pass to video and to a PDF. I have a PDF, like
okay.
I will present like quickly 100 shaders, and after I read the theory.
You have maybe you can look there, it's easier.
Yeah, perfect.
Which the one? Try. Drag to the desktop if you or open the
Sí, no, ayer sí os vi, pero ayer tenía que ir ayer por la tarde, hoy te vi, pero no tenía tiempo. Sí, estaba, pero al final tenía que ir, tenía que ver un amigo y todo, me fue rápido.
Trabajo que se supone que tiene que haber hecho viendo tus
Sí, mira, te lo hago, más o menos.
Desculpem lá a confusão. Está tudo caos, o caos. You're managing good. Wow.
Voilà.
She's going at 4 in the morning again. It's bloody Groundhog Day.
Go for it.
Thank you. Cheers.
Well,
Brilliant. Really good. Really great. Yeah.
And maybe
que ele fez? Tem vídeo também, é? Vídeos, é?
sí, tengo unos videos.
Ok, abre.
Pero después, primero.
Okay, first the PDF.
First the PDF, and during the PDF, I will pass to a video, you know. Because I have this, and I want to I will present 100 personas really quickly.
Okay.
And I have some videos for Red Dots.
And then if you open, I will try to open a video. No, yeah, I will try to open a video just to see what happens. And you have here the video. So an example.
For the sound.
I'll try to put the sound to work. Although can I put so just
Yeah.
Whoa, this is Does it have sound already here?
It should be have sound, yeah. It should have sound already.
Click play. No, it's not working, right? It's not working. Oh God. It's nice.
And it's not I can use the Ravia one.
Yeah, you can.
But it sounds like
No, the sound is not working.
no.
Or you try to put on the computer.
If the audio maybe it's something well, it's here, huh?
Yeah, it's there.
I don't know. So maybe I can use the Ravia one.
Yeah, you can try to have your.
It's a big difference.
Yeah.
It's a
Or wait, try like this.
It's going fast. I don't know. It looks like it's
Strange, right?
it's reading the very fast the video. If you do like this, but no, it's not the normal. It's not the normal.
It's not like this. It's not designed like this. For
It's
you.
not so fast. You know?
Okay.
This one also goes very fast. I don't know why.
Strange. Wait. It's strange.
¿Puedo usar el tuyo? Esto está bien.
La conexión va a
Está bien, but when we connect this, it goes crazy.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah. So I think, yeah, don't worry. We'll do like this and try to, because it gets crazy when this goes like this. And then, yeah, strange. Gets really crazy. Why?
Wanna try with mine?
Yeah, please, maybe it's best.
Yeah, I will need a very sensitive battery.
So this is the knife, yeah, right? Right, I have it. No?
Yes, I.
Yeah. You need to get filtered because the cable doesn't go so much apart. And you have everything in your computer.
I have everything in the computer. That's all. Okay.
You don't need the pen? You need the pen?
What's the? No, I don't need the pen. But
Okay, but it's yours, don't
yeah,
forget.
yeah, no. Audio. Pedro. So can I take the one of Javier because the sound here is not good.
It's not good in yours also?
No,
the sound?
it's not giving me the possibility to
to do it, to put it. No. Second take the one was working well. So. You think I can take the Javier one? Sorry. There is quite a, yeah, but there's a video directly. Gracias, es que no sé, no funcionan, no funcionan, creo que necesito el sonido porque si no me va a salir.
Don't touch, man, because it's very stupid now.
Okay.
So don't move it, man. So
Okay.
close everything, close,
Okay.
close, okay. But maybe you have to.
Take the one.
Okay, let's close this. I don't want to see my stuff.
Okay, bro.
One more thing.
Good.
Are we ready?
All right, okay. Okay, I can start, yeah. Yeah. Ready.
Sorry, we are here also because they are also artists and they are on the exhibition now there in Portugal, so it's kind of a bridge to what's going on in the city of Lisbon. So they were also part of the curatorship for this exhibition with all the old names of the field, like not the Cooper and all these big names. They were also there as representative of the beginning of graffiti in Lisbon and Portugal and the new like I don't know 2000s. Or recent generation. So I'm in the generation of Verui. I'm following these steps and newer generations were coming. It's very continuous. But now we have Muslim from Madrid, right?
No, from Barcelona.
Barcelona,
Yeah.
sorry. But you are, what did you say?
Well, soy francés. I'm French, so I don't know.
But he's French. He's French.
Yeah. I'm French. I'm living in Barcelona. Yeah.
That's why it's not offended.
No, it's fine.
You have a really interesting word. Maybe I could screen so you can see also.
Yeah, be careful with the cable.
You can see all.
This black is because it says, little battery.
Yeah, I have a battery now. So mine, I think it's gonna work with this.
Just in case.
So I will try to be fast. Hello, everybody. I'm Main. Thank you very much before everything to give me the opportunity to talk about my project here. I work. I'm a multimedia artist. I come from a graffiti background, and I've evolved in street art and art, and but I keep practicing all the disciplines actually. I'm going to present today like to not all my works. I'm going to present you two works that are correlated with street art and graffiti. This project can be defined as street art, but there are very graffiti roots, so you will see. And I'm going to start with the first project, which was done in Barcelona. Oops, it's a big one. It was the name is 100 Shutters. It was in the city of Barcelona. You have like all this game around shutters, painting shutters, because all the walls are getting clean very quickly. So all the graffiti mostly goes on shutters, but also on walls, but it won't stay. So there is a big game on shutters. And I made this project in the city, which is a piece divided in 100 shutters. So each shutter was looking like kind of abstract, you know, with a letter and the number on the left, you can see always C1, F6, which was representing a position in a grid. I started this project like it was 2017, I think, 2017. And so I painted 100 like this in the whole Barcelona. I tried to hit like all the city. Not whole city, but like most of the neighborhood, and making picture of them. Each one was photographed before and after with a Polaroid, like Polaroid, huge stuff in graffiti culture. So I used it. And in the end, when they were all combined, it was something like this. So here are the 100 shutters doors combined, making a huge piece, you know, each one being kind of abstract in the street. But in the end, making like a big peak, like a huge shutter. Now it's like a deconstruction of the graffiti. I could show you different stuff on this project, but I'm not gonna push on it because I believe Pedro is writing more to talk about another project, is Red Dot Theory I did, but this one gives you a little bit an approach. The approach I have on the streets and with this culture and with the graffiti and street art. You can see me here down to see the size. On the last one, I put myself to have an idea of the size of the piece, which will be like 30 meters for 20 meters high, approximately. There was a huge process to make the pictures, to make the Polaroid, and to get the results before after to have something which is working actually. So I'm going to move on this project with another project like which came also from graffiti, which is an experimental project where came from the idea of minimalizing maximum minimalizing the tag. And in this idea came just to make one pressure of the on the spray, and to mark like an aborted tag. No, it came with different notion for me. Like I was saying before, most of the graffiti is now on these shutter doors, and on the walls there is tags, but they are buffed like 1 day after or 1 week after, or very quickly. So the way to do stuff on this wall, like I've noticed, like I could do something like which was not considered as graffiti, but maybe more as a stain, you know. And with the repetition, we will grow as something get an identity. So I will start to show you like the final the final movie actually of the project, because the project was constructed on multiple years, like 4 really hard years painting in the street, a lot of red dots, a lot of them. I didn't make exactly the count. I know the numbers was the theme of the story, but maybe hundreds of thousands, something like this. So it gets media, it gets a lot of interaction, and I've documented everything. And we try to, and there are different objectives, and I make like some extrapolated artworks from the project. And the last one I made, like the final project I made, was this one. I will show you the video, and from this video I will kind of deconstruct the project and give you more hint and different extrapolated works I made. So I don't know if it's gonna work. So here, what happened in this project is I was doing the project. First, it started a little bit like an experimentation. I knew there was something inside. I kind of experimented it in my neighborhood with kind of a working class tourist neighborhood, but still not so touristic. So I kind of make a first experimentation in my neighborhood about how, because it was something new for me, like the stain is very small. It's like this. As you can see, I do it with a marker. I started with a spray paint, and for like technical reasons, after with a big rug, something like this, which is a marker with a nice size. It was much more fast. I could do much more. I was much more silent because also I was doing that in the night. It's kind of strange. You see someone passing in the street making red dots like this everywhere, and there were a lot done in each street. I was painting like each side of the street. I was really trying to do the most I can. And so first I started in my neighborhood, and I see some reactions of the neighborhood people, friends that I didn't mention the project, trying to understand what it was and everything. And so I decided to go on with the project in the whole city. But I also realized it was kind of crazy, and I had to put like an hand or a limit to my project, or something like will take me outside of the obsession which I was creating by doing this project, and make like a final goal. So I made this idea of the big red dot made with all my different travels in the city. So I will go back on the PDF. Well, here's the red dots with all the combination of all. You can see less than in the video, but I think you can see mostly. So all the different GPS tracks were recorded with. I had a device, and I prepared all my itineraries. At the beginning, it was a little bit chaotic. I try and everything, and then when I decided to make the circle, I was really like preparing each night painting before I was preparing a little map, knowing exactly where I will pass to have to be able to pass everywhere in the zone, and to make it like really efficient. And so here I am, like painting the city like this, like hacking the city. It was kind of also a concept because it introduced me like with the system of cleaning walls I was talking about before of the Barcelona city. When I did this project, they were unable to clean it actually, because for each kind of walls, they do a different kind of cleaning. If the wall is a little bit yellow, they're going to paint it in yellow. If it's stone, they're going to put some Karcher on it. If it's a little bit green, they're going to put some green. So when they are in the street, they see a tag, they record it, the system come and with the paint and everything. But when they arrive in the street and there is 1 or 2, 3 red dots there on the stone, then 3 red dots on the yellow on the right, it was so much work for them. So they stopped. They didn't even clean them. They were the most of the red dots which were clean. It was because there were tags, so they would come and clean them. So even if it's like 2 years I finished the project, there are a lot of them still in the city. Yeah, but this is an interesting point because about also like when you have your inspirations and stuff like this. This was sent to me by. Yeah, I have to mention that after I've noticed like I have interactions with people and people trying to understand what it was, and I needed to document it. I decided to use an Instagram account without using it like a social media at all, but just to make like an archive documentation, pictures of the stuff, and to make like a lead actually to the project, but use it as a documentation archive. And so from this, actually, some people found the Instagram account and start to sending me stuff. And I received this, which was very interesting. That's from an archaeologist who sent me that he was like he had seen like this article that the whole that confirmed archive art was a single red dot, which was really interesting because you always have inspiration. Like actually, it was really old inspiration. So here's other red dots in the Grotte de Chauvet because they were found in other places. And here in Barcelona, like 2020 after. So I realized that. Then, so here, kind of archive I was doing at the beginning, like taking photo of the like this of the different pace I was painting and everything. I also made like some combination of pictures because some interesting stuff appeared. And always with red dots, like kind of punctum, like a reason to make the pictures and to document my work. Really quickly, like we say, shit hit the fan. And in this neighborhood, which is like name is Raval, it's in the center. It's like maybe it's a complicated neighborhood between tourists and narco piso, and which is our drugs and everything. And when I made an intervention in this neighborhood, it directly hit the community and hit the news. And actually, what happened is that the people in the neighborhood, and it's normal because I was putting a symbol without any signification. So people tend to put a signification on a symbol because it was not just a point, it was a lot of points. So they start to see it and to try to understand what it was. So happened in this neighborhood, the classical stuff like, oh, it's gang. And people start to suspect it was like of staying to rob a flat or to buy drugs, and it gets a little bit crazy. But actually, some people of association, they understand there are too many points, it doesn't make sense, and they start, and they found the Instagram account, and so they realize it's a project of a new urban art project. It has nothing to do with this, but it was very interesting to see how different neighborhoods were reacting to the project and to the symbol actually. Another, so I will give you 2-3 different reactions I had. I had a lot in documentation. I can say I give you after the Instagram account where it's all resumed, but I selected some like this one with the Raval, and this one which is the black dot, which happened to me in this neighborhood, which happens to be more what happens is that when generally 2 days after I painted the neighborhood, I come and I go and try to see what are the reaction, if it's buffed, if people are if there is interaction, because I had a lot of interaction, people starting to make smiley with it, trying to, putting me like messages to understand what it was actually. So I was like documenting that, but I had to let some time for people to react. And I come to this neighborhood and I arrive and all my red dots are covered with black, like whole, but it may be, I don't know, 3,000, maybe 5,000 of them, like, and it was like, and both of the streets, because I'm used to, in some streets I have the local hero who's going to paint, try to buff because maybe he thinks it's for a sign for gangs or stuff like this. So he's going to be the hero of the street, cleaning a little bit. So I'm used to this, but this was a reaction really hardcore. I was really like impressed, and I was like in the same position maybe I put people when I was doing the project. So it was interesting. And I didn't want to let it like this. So I had kind of like of 2 options and start kind of a conversation, like how I could go and paint over him and go and paint back, like in graffiti, it was like, it's more like a kind of a graffiti rooted game, like so you paint, someone paint over you, you go back, you paint, but on this one I decided to make like kind of a conversation. So I go back and I painted one close to this one, like everywhere where he had painted. Huh?
It starts looking like a mirror.
Yeah, yeah, it's not to be like a little mess, and I knew that was not because to clean, because it was bullying in black. There were more. It was more violent than even before, So it was really a reaction. I don't know exactly the reaction. I have supposition because the neighborhood also has specificity, and but I don't want to. I'm not sure of the explanation, but to see how it was big, I think it may be. Like different stuff, but it was very interesting to see, like, from something really people like this to start a kind of very basic conversation, and like in the street, and after I didn't come back. Now I got a symbolism because, of course, when I was doing it, it started to be, like I said, I noticed it started to be like a symbol, and people try to put like really a signification on it. Like I had so many after the newspaper, like the Instagram account was a little bit more known, and people like start to send to me all the significations they think it was, because even in Instagram account I don't give a signification because it hadn't actually. And in symbolism, because I start to have another reactions and another fights in the street is like with other symbols. So in this neighborhood, and it was really like in this neighborhood, I start to have all this like attacks of Nazi signs. I don't know. Wasn't sure if it was Nazi because it's the other way around. It's not really the Nazi. But it's not well drawn. It should be the other way, But it's typical skinheads. They never know how to draw it. And so I said maybe it's probably one he doesn't know how to draw it. So it was funny also. And so I had a lot of different kind of in this neighborhood. By example, I had the yellow stain. I know was talking yesterday about the the different fights I have, like of symbols. Someone was talking about symbols. I don't remember his name. It's online it was, yeah, and Jaume with the and I entered in this game because actually I didn't knew, and the yellow was more Catalan independentist, and the red was used to change their different designs and stuff like this. They do this, and people with red, they were coming doing some stuff, so they thought it was they think it was like their opponent or the far right, but it wasn't. So they start to attack all my red dots. And after the guy who did that contacted me on Instagram and realized, and he was like kind of, oh, sorry. So it was interesting to see like always this necessity to put the signification on the symbol and maybe to get wrong, and after to have like a different, like a specific like reaction and everything. So that was like the kind of documentation I was doing during the project. Then during the project, it happened like the COVID. So it was like I was doing this like attack in the city, which was I was like very like a virus, like a lot like a viral attack in the street. It's the confinement. And so I was not able to paint really because it was very hard in Barcelona. You could not go out. It was really complicated I couldn't go paint. But it was a nice moment for me, like to do actually to make I made like I will show you the video. I decided to make like a piece of that, and I decided to confine a red dot. And in this way that I've extracted a red dot from a wall, and I put it in a frame, and I've engaged with the my Instagram community, telling them that I will put it back with the frame, and they can take it or leave it, but like making a game. And I had some kinds of fans or some people were interested in the project. So what happened is that I took the red dot, I framed it. I gave like a date and a kind of not a really specific location, but I said like in this neighborhood I will put it back. But only with the video I made showing, I'll show you the video. Only with the video I made showing I made kind of a trailer while I'm taking off the red dots, and I made like a trailer of the project. Only with that, like people found the place where I will have to put it back. So when I arrived to put it back, there was already like 4 or 5 people waiting for me to put it back, sending me messages on Instagram, and I was like like this, and I was like, oh. And so I decided to put it in another place, like close to the place there were, where there is like a big drug place, a big place where like the people used to sell drugs. It was really close, so I went there and I put it there, and I sent a message. Okay, location has changed because there are some people, so now go to check it. And here I will show you the movie. So you will. I made a little video resuming the. So only with this video, they found what it was. So it was all, I was close to the location. She came in red. Yeah. So here was here was kind of an extrapolated like works I was creating from the performance actually, and like a simple performance like this, and simple, not too like technically simple, well, leads me to do a lot of different extrapolated work, and I have many others. But I won't be more long, and I can give you all the. So here is, they sent me the photo of the stuff they had at home. So I decided to share it and everything. So that was fine. I will maybe just finish on this one, which was like I'm really interesting, and I used to work with hackers, and because I believe that communities are really shared a lot of stuff actually, even historically, and on this freedom stuff. So I made like it's a little piece which is not on the street, but was like this is a phrase from Katsu: a graffiti will be physically into the internet through visual hacking of virtual space that people share. The act of the hack will be the new future form of graffiti. So I will show you. It's a quick video. I decided to hack which is not really a hack, but it's a hack actually also. So here it's like it's a simple hack because they made an error. They let the Barcelona page open to edition. Now it's closed in general. So what I did, it was simply hack, but I put all these red dots. It stayed like maybe 20 minutes. Well, maybe in 20 minutes you have some visits on the Barcelona Wikipedia page. But it's also to see like the public spaces now are not only in the real life, also on the other side, on the digital life. And it was an interesting bridge, like between like to bring also maybe like was telling Katsu, like I believe like public spaces even on the digital life, maybe a nice spaces also to make interventions, and maybe why not graffiti, but yeah, to intervention is the same with the same idea. So here I will have like much more different other stuff I made with the project, but I will stop here and give space to my colleagues. You're welcome.
I think we can enter a bit in a dialogue mode, if you agree all. And I will maybe start the dialogue with questions of other artists that are here. I just invited them like this without doing some presentation and so on. So I will just take the questions. I will so quick. And my first question is that I'm very curious because I didn't saw the exhibition yet, but I'm very curious to hear your explanation of the process and the engagement with the class experience you had on this exhibition. And of course, life it's more than that, so then you can go beyond that. One of them, but maybe that we can. Right. So a bit about me. I've been writing the city since '92, mid '92. That's 30 years in Lisbon. When I started, I think I was 22 years old. There was no graffiti in Lisbon at all. I used to skateboard. I went on beach wheels for the skateboarding championship, and there I saw a lot of graffiti. When you travel on an interrail, that's 1 month. You can travel on train. My mother would give me X amount of money. I went in the 13 of us. So I went skateboarding and I got on the train and I started looking outside the train and watching all this graffiti. And when we came back, me and maybe two of the other guys looked at the graffiti. I remember in Dortmund in Germany, that was the main competition of skateboarding in the summer. All our idols, American idols would come and compete there. And I remember Dortmund until today, it's one of my biggest influences. The standing graffiti just standing from floor up. And if you see my style, you'll see that. When we came back, I bruised my ankle, and my mother said, okay, no more skateboarding until you're healed. And so I dropped the skateboard and I grabbed the spray can. Then I found some friends and we started painting. You see, painting. We used to paint a lot of commission work, because it was like a new fad. We were even on TV a lot, on mini docs, for the news and newspapers. It was like hip hop was also booming. So yeah, we also had those five. Everybody kind of knows. And after a lot of commission, I said, well, I want to paint real graffiti. I want to bomb the trains. I want to just tag. I want to do everything. So if they know me from TV, I have to just disappear. And what I did, I changed tag, changed. Now I tag since '96, Obey. You all know Obey, Shepherd's Ferry. Yeah, I also know him. We met a couple of times. We draw the inspiration from the same place. It's the movie Beirut in John Carpenter. I watched when I was a kid. We had 2 TV channels, like from the state TV channels, and channel 2 would broadcast this more alternative stuff. So I watched this movie maybe 1 o'clock in the morning. My mother was asleep. My father went to the bar. He's not back yet, so I watched it, and it was there in my mind for a lot of years. Until I wanted to change that, was like that. Okay, that play thing. Sure, that will work. And yeah, I've been taking it for a long time. The invitation for the exhibition. People know me from it's authentic, I've always been around. A lot of my friends pioneers as well, they stopped, they started just doing commissions again and all this, and I took a major part on modern graffiti, more like the European graffiti, painting trains, cracking the subway, bombing the streets, a lot of tagging. So after me came a lot of the generation after me, not really after the crew that initiated the whole graffiti thing. They had me as the reference, let's say, not being modest, but you can ask around actually. Yeah.
And lately they've been giving me this recognition, just giving me my flowers like that. On the exposition, because you're that guy. Yeah. Gilles, or Sandra Frater, he picked me up. He always references me as one of his influences when he started his painting graffiti, and we were doing the most. And so he invited me for the NIT festival that he's part of. And then I met curators and gallery people, and he's spin off in contacting me more and more. So now I have some experience from commission work, and from all my bombing, I'm trying to turn it a bit more into something we can all agree it's global, but inside of indoors, let's say. But still, I insist on doing graffiti. Our uses, I have no alter egos or something else that I draw or that I do. I just really put my tag and my crew up, and they accept this, and this is really what I want. I think any other way I won't have it.
Thank you. We then can go in more details, but maybe now Tamara, yeah, a bit of context.
Yeah, so I'm from a different background. I started drawing when I was 2, before I started speaking. That's what my parents said. But I've always been drawn to hip hop culture and the graffiti. But there wasn't any graffiti where I grew up. It was the south of Portugal. Mainly, the only graffiti that I could find was going to skate parks. I think you guys went to the south sometimes. I know they were from Lisbon, the graffitis. So I tried to do things by myself, being a girl, protected, could go out at night, of course. Didn't know anyone that was doing graffiti. And by the things you see or hear or read, you meant to have a group, to have a gang, to go out at night. And I didn't have any of that. So I just kept drawing and doing my things. So my first Canon was when I was 16, but I couldn't work with it. I didn't know what to do. So I started trying to tag. So the process was a bit different. Me by myself trying to create a world inside my room. So then I went to university and I met a lot of people studying arts. And we're all doing stuff in the streets, like sticker arts, face stuff, everything. But it wasn't graffiti, it was just expression on the streets. And then I met a graffiti artist from Lisbon. He told me how to use the pen. We went out, he was doing his lettering. And I knew I wasn't good at doing it, so I just did something I had in my notebook. And from that, I realized that I was not going to do letters, I was going to do my paintings. But this was before the word street art would appear in me. There was a little access to the internet, or the references I had was from movies or skateboard magazines. Or bodyboard magazines, which is fine. So after that, I decided to explain and to bring the streets into my work as an artist. So I started to copy and to do a lot of tagging in my visual artist, my conceptual artist work. And then I did the first pieces in Portugal that would mention street art and graffiti. There was only one thesis about something similar that was called bathroom poetry. So it was just focused on that. So I was trying to explain myself, the need to go to the streets without going to the streets. But then I started doing a lot of basic and a lot of stuff. And when I moved to Lisbon at the time, that stuff was happening. So because I was one of the only girls that was able to go to the street and do it, I started to get to know people and I was like, after the graffiti piece, I was on the first wave of street artists in Portugal. And also doing my work for the galleries and all, doing street arts, doing the legal, the Cordoria invitation showed up. In between names that it's so crazy that I'm in the middle of that. but I acknowledge when that's lineup. And I think, you know, it's what it is.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for sharing these both of you, your, of course, in such a short way and not so honest time, such a rich experience that probably was for you guys to make this process. So I think it can be a more broad dialogue. If you want to make questions and stuff, please do. Also for and try to push a bit the process of things here. I was a bit curious about the process of your work because you, for the first time, work with three-dimensional an object, not painting, but an object. Can you define the challenge that was for you? Yeah, for the first time in like a gallery space, like very formal exhibition with these things, and then a new format. So, the new format, yeah. Well, with the names, I heard that you should be doing something. Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't compromise like my dad. I want to do this, and they agreed. It's great, do it. Do this, gonna do this thing. The focus is gonna do this thing. So do the thing. And say, yeah, I will help a bit. And so, like I said, I'm still involved with the free scene, and there's crew of writers, my friends, they're all carpenters, yeah. And I was talking with them, I have to step it up, I have to do something else, but I want to write the date. I want to put the crew name there. See, it's for us, it's us in there, it's me, yeah, I'll go with it's I'll take us in. And so I said, yeah, we can do it for you, yeah? We can carve it, you know, what you want to do? I said, I want to do it all day. It's cafeteria, but I want to do it. Yeah, I want to do it off the wall. Yeah, so like this, like that. Actually, they have a big workshop outside of Lisbon. In Nazaré, it's quite big, and the guys really professional and still help us. They're also writers. Yeah, they're a bit like me. They're finished their hobby. Yeah, we have really legit professional life. I also earn my living doing something else. Of course, I'm not 100% an artist for shows, and that's how I get my living from. No. And so yeah, they said we'll do it for you, no worry. And I had budget, so I said also you're not going to do this for me. You're going to do it, and we will pay you. And the curators were behind me. I discussed with Pauline and he said, yeah, you know, you're representing local, do it well. So yeah, we did that. And that's already a way where we can go and do much more. I'm very curious to see because I haven't seen yet. Yeah, you have seen the league. What's your opinion? I didn't have the background. It's like in the back of the.
I remember it's like standing on the floor, and that reminded me of what you said first, that Dortmund was like inspiration to put the letters.
Yeah. Yes. I went on the skateboard trip, and then I would walk the lines. Really, I would jump on the track, and I took 100 pictures. And I had Easy, I had Else, I had the Island, I had the Shark, I had all of them. In pictures, and that's really what my inspiration is drawn from. And they would stand, you would see a lot of graffiti floats. Yeah, it's they would just draw it on the floor, and I still do it. Yeah, there it's standing, like I always do. And in Lisbon, just as a curiosity, a lot of the distribution is standing the letters. So instead of just floating it, and you just stand it. Yeah. And yeah, you should see it because there's most of my stuff. The picture won't look just that one you can touch. And you can see it from the side. I need to go there. It's right here, man.
I'll close it's next for next day. But I'm here.
Yeah, it's
The end
simple
of
to say.
December, okay.
It's a, yeah, it's a project from a big production company with the creatorship of Underdog, Phil, Pauline and Pedro Alonso. Pedro Alonso was already in this company. So the previous- But your kind of work is totally different. So you do not use letters and you, but as a texture or
Yeah,
something.
yeah,
or-
sure. It's very figurative.
So that's tracks that you are working, right? With the,
Yeah,
Can you
this
explain?
exhibition, of course, we wanted the Portuguese all stepped up a little bit. They just did not do their thing on the wall or in the white cube, because all of us have a white cube where we can intervene. So the exhibition, the first ideas were those. But I wanted to do something more immersive, because I'm always telling my work, so it's a lot about primal instincts and what drives us to do what we do, and a lot of strong feelings, and I do it mostly by portraying female characters or animals. It used to be everything, because I see that we're all animals, so I start from that idea first. And I get a lot of inspiration from poetry and literature to try to explain my paintings. And one thing I started to do a long time ago is I only do stuff on the wall or digitally, if I can do it on the paper. So I usually copy what I do. It's like it's like a circle. I do it on the paper, I do it on the wall, from the wall to the paper, to the paper digitally. Sometimes I work on the same work for a long time. So it becomes kind of an obsession. So for my white cube, I closed it, so it's the black cube. And I wrote on the, so it has a title, but I'm more connected to what I wrote on the wall. It's in my dreams we are the wolves. So it's, and then you enter this dark room where it has the forest cut out from a wall with lights. It's like moonlight. And then you can see my portrait. Not my portrait, but the portrait I painted. So it's like this character, she's like looking at you, camouflaged with this. So either she's looking at you, she's watching you, or she's the wolf, or you're the wolf. So I want the spectator, the public, to feel something like that. This idea of this drive in them. So this is
with the ambiguity of being the person, the wolf, or the person they are seeing the wolf, or,
Yeah,
and they enter in this kind of.
yeah,
ambiguity.
it's like there's always a way you try to connect with your audience when you're doing things. It's like you communicate or you try to imagine this feeling that you have that you want to put it in someone else. So I think the idea for this exhibition is that we could actually do that. We could control the environment. So this is the light and the shadow. So I think that's very good.
There was a word that you said that I think it's kind of common. It was obsession. Bertrand, work is your obsession, right?
Yeah, it's a big topic in like
Graffiti,
in
tagging, and like for us to control a certain group of walls, it's obsession. But when I was painting in the 90s, I was like, it's like a fever, you have the fever, you need to. And I think academics some way also they are obsessed with objects that they are like, like you do a great job. I think obsession is kind of final conclusion. Yeah. Yeah, it's a drive, I think.
Yeah. We can, I myself undiagnosed, so there's no doubt about it. I think so, I think that's obsessed.
So I don't know if no one else have anything.
I have two questions for you. I'd like to know, you mentioned the first like audio visual reference that you had. Do you remember which was the first like printed materials that you were able to access? It was something obvious as like subway art, or was something previous zines,
Yeah,
any other? What is
Yeah.
your first printed piece of literature that inspired you?
yeah, I would say that spread, what do you call it? Spread-
Subways?
spread art. Spread art first.
It's breaking out
And
before
working on
Subway.
cover. Yeah. Well, we used to get a lot from England. There was a magazine called Pop Connection.
Mhm.
And there are 2 pages, every month, 2 pages or 3 of 2, yeah. So English, 2. That one, my friend, he told me all about that one. That also helped us a lot. That, yeah, but also the skateboard graphics on the decks, skateboard, or even the skateboarding that was artists like Ed Templeton and couple more, Mark Gonzalez. Before the I was already interested in that. Which had, you know, the skateboard, skateboard covers. All that, I was already interested in art. With the skateboarding, I was already drawing since a kid. And actually, I didn't just draw letters, style. Regardless, that's why I never retired from graffiti, even if I don't bond as much as I used to. But I was shunned, and then they know I draw. First time in witness, if I saw them.
Forget my, sorry for my ignorance, but, is there, it has been the history of, Portuguese graffiti written for Betty? Did you have like an exhibition like the one in Cantor?
I think
That kind of systematic
we were talking about that, there's a lot of
You have-
documentation missing.
documentation, and maybe the Bible, you know, like that
That's part of
collecting.
that missing, yes. There are some records, there are people that already wrote chronological things.
That were like articles, maybe.
Yeah, just like a small booklet that goes with the next issue.
Mhm.
It's like for it's kind of maybe only big exhibition and the first exhibition in the village. Named Underdogs, actually, there's the GSP, yeah, we can read VSP, there's some people that contributed to this narrative. There are some academics for the touch, but usually the academics go to these, to the same sources and then on talking with this guy and other guys, and unfortunately, we have lost one of them around our generation, next year. And but it was a sequence. And but there's a part of the mystery more detail that can be written, and there are,
Photographs.
and I think there are very much many specificities of the different profiles that contribute, because there was this first group, and then it was kind of a dynamic of dispersion of people that started to do stuff, and this dynamic of expansion is not correctly defined yet, because I remember very well this you, then our group, and then was like Benfica with OS, that was the hard line, yeah, the hard line, and then the South Bank, and then Porto, and then but this chronology is not made, it's possible to be made, I think it's interesting.
You have work to
You
do.
have to go, yeah, we have to go rough, yeah, it needs to be rough. And then it's quite interesting because it's not an history that starts in 92, it's an history that starts before. And can start like in Fospor, that's our archaeological place, but to be more realistic, at least after the democratic revolution, before, because of the mural painting and stuff, it was really prolific, and it's recorded somehow, and there are archives, proper archives and stuff. But then it decayed during the early 80s. End of 70s, early 80s, it started becoming bigger, and we showed that in a context where the murals didn't exist anymore, like as a practice, and we were like totally making
You could always exhibition.
There was a book in the exhibition, but just one spread with some, I presume, murals, but I don't know what book it was. It was just
It is not,
laying out.
it is not, even if you go and already said it, it's not, the exhibition, it's not representative. Some chronological.
Yeah, I know, no, I just don't know what books that is. I would love to go.
Graffiti is not.
Is the only one from graffiti, pure graffiti.
So that is
So even a lot of the communication is, you have made, you have one here, because there's some. Mówisz, że mają
the one you mentioned. 5 page.
No, that's another, what I'm talking about was the first pages, like trying to do a chronology about this real.
In this book.
It's not in this book, maybe it's the same author, because Miguel Moore, the guy that made the first thing, it's still working with Bill's in his first edition that was made in 2011. Yeah. And so it's the same guy, the guy himself, it's a kind of a hidden figure. And he was street artist, like proto street artist, and he made like some small dogs and stuff. And he's actually from New Zealand and he's in Cascais. It's kind of a figure, and it's very theoretical, but it's very shy, and if it gets sun, it will burn. It's kind of, no, I'm joking. But it's kind of no, but it's kind of a very relevant, but at the same time very hidden figure.
Eu deixo de escrever, já não leio tanto, eu acho que não tem.
I know. I remember he was journalist for Page magazine, but I think that they must have the more capital but well, okay, it's a history that's which is really telling. But for instance, the exhibition in Hamburg, this massive exhibition about history of the city of Hamburg, was supported by whom? By the city council, both the museum and the university all together, right? Foundations. It's crazy. Like,
you know, I would say that it's a more bigger.
Yeah, it's a more musculate.
You know, it's interesting because probably just the city council where I work, that has a specific unit project to work with street art. Even though they're all from out the outskirts of Lisbon. Nobody is the first guy. So every first guy is the first woman that started to work in the field are from the outskirts of France. So graffiti, I don't believe.
Yeah, Lisbon, like Lisbon is city council of Lisbon. Like in like the fringe of Oxford, like in the more part of Lisbon, there was the art for Berlin, Benfica, Lourdes, the São, but the rest is like from other institutions. When the metropolitan area is well served, yeah, city council.
Lisbon, it was not the point in which he.
I think that's common.
But I have that's also in Madrid and in Hamburg, but the exhibition takes place in the center in general.
I for myself, I would love to wear this kind of project. Where I think it is very important to know the past to be able to relate with it. We were talking about this the logic of recreating worlds and how there's probably an age community that doesn't get the same need towards the old school graffiti of the old school writers. You know, there is no link if you don't read that story, if you don't have continuous publication where you can even make evaluations. I think it is important to know something, to knowledge, to have that knowledge, and I think we don't have. I don't remember never, but I think I saw maybe those videos. More machine learning themselves, but there's really it's kind of like all, and it would be important.
But it's not necessary, so there isn't necessarily the lack of knowledge, but there might be, but it's also new places and new generations have new ways. One picture that I didn't show that I think is a meta picture as well as a meme. A lot of memes are meta pictures. And this meme was this older guy chasing a kid, and it says old school writer trying to explain to a new school writer how the rules of who's writing over who at the wolf. So it's like it's not necessary. I mean, you might know about it, but it's just new ways and new places. But I think that's the difference we talked about in Sweden. But the first breaker generations of B-boys or breakers, they are completely disconnected to the younger generation from the 90s. And that's a difference from the graffiti community, because that you can usually go back and reach.
It's more tangible.
Yeah. Yeah, because it was such a huge thing in the early 80s, mid 80s. So that's yeah.
With everything music, I was saying music in hip hop, you were of the continuity. In graffiti also.
But I think for a general audience, it would be interesting to get this kind of story together when we start again. And I said the same to the French guys in Paris, which are doing a similar project at the moment with this exhibition that will be in next year, which Patrice watched
about the history of graffiti.
And like they do a show graffiti with spray can in France before 1985. Before 1985, not just styling graffiti, but any kind of graffiti. So it's kind of also of French, which usually a Paris story, not just. And they have the same. Well, what I suggest there, also do not just look in your own country. I told you before, Pedro, I know at least 3 sources from 80s or early 90s where German authors wrote about Lisbon graffiti, or they're publishing photos of graffiti from Lisbon, not necessarily by Lisbon writers, but sometimes, like I said, by Richard Hamilton or Nemo going there, but they took photos. And if you follow up those traces, I have the names of these photographers. It might be interesting what people from outside in 1982, they came to Lisbon, took photos, and they published maybe 5, but I'm sure they have more. And to keep that in mind, to follow up.
I mean, the exhibition that I unfortunately won't be able to see now, but it's an art exhibition. And what we're talking about now is the cultural historical exhibition.
Exactly, it's not the same.
So there's 2 completely different types of exhibitions. And that is but also art museums should make art historical exhibitions. And that I think is our colleagues at the local institutions that are taking the responsibility of.
Or we don't get the chance to exhibit. So, I'm doing a historical exhibition in Germany next year, and it's of course not in an art museum, but in a history museum.
Yeah, but it might often be, and this follows a larger museological pattern where people's art or popular art, subcultural art, is usually viewed as folkloristic with history. It's not fine art.
Why a museum buys a painting, not the National Gallery.
Can I make a suggestion? You can continue this.
Yeah.
Can we do Thank you.
Well, I just forgot that maybe could be someone online, but I think. Jaume, are you there?
No, no, come on.
Okay. No one is here. So